Okay. All right, we should be live. We should be good to go. And we are good. Awesome. Looks like we are set. And we already have some soup talk, so that started pretty quick. Awesome. Awesome, guys. Welcome to the stream. Why is he late the day I'm on time? Technically, I scheduled the stream for 6:35, so I was on time. Just barely, a couple seconds on time. Brent's complaining, but Doc already sees the video, of course, because it's here. We're here. So yeah, basically, I was just over with family, so I had to kind of, you know, say goodbye, leave dinner early, and come over for the live stream. So that's why it was delayed a couple of minutes. Also, I try to get some lighting going in here, so let's see. I have a couple shadows that I'm going to try to fix. See if I can get that real quick. All right, we're probably going to have like no light on the right side of my face, but just going to have to deal with that. It's just going to be the way that it is. No excuses. Yeah. I can make all the excuses I want. It's my channel. Blaming family. Hey, when family's to blame, you got to blame the family. It's just the way that it goes. Well, let's see. How did you guys did you play any disc golf in the last week? I know Brent did. Brent played a little bit yesterday, a tiny little tournament. Decided to just, go win. Nothing special. I mean, I wasn't there, so was it a real victory, or was it kind of just an easy, like, no real competition, just win in a tournament with like 40 people in it? Fridays with family, just Saturday, just some field practice. Nice. Yep. Grizzly Bear says, nice beard, dude. Thank you. Appreciate it. I like the name, Grizzly Bear. It's ridiculous, but it's great. Soup is the main talk. Michigan stinks, Brent says. Been too long since I beat this guy in some disc golf. Isn't that the truth? So Michigan has been so windy, it can't decide if it's spring or winter. And that's, of course, just my favorite. I love being cold. Not true. But I have been enjoying Michigan. I've been visiting a lot of family, a lot of friends, and playing some good disc golf too. So it really hasn't been bad. But I miss Charlotte, and it's about time that I head back. So I'm heading back later this week, and my next live stream will be back in Charlotte, back with my normal lighting, my normal backdrop of actual discs behind me instead of off camera, off to the side. Only with what I traveled with in addition to what's in my bag. Feels so limiting. I can't reach back and be like, yeah, I've got a Calvin Heimberg destroyer. Sure, it's right here. Dude, surprised there's still a stream on Easter. Yep. Hung out with family a little bit earlier so that I could do the stream at 6:30. And I kind of want to just be here, for not everybody has family to celebrate with or friends that they can spend time with on holidays. So I figured that a holiday was an important time to make sure that there's at least something out there for anybody who just needs somewhere to go, somebody to talk to. And I figured that somebody wants to talk about soup. Somebody. Plus Doc, of course. Blue Knight, hi. Thanks for hopping in and joining us. Homelander, a cowboy from Austin, Texas, says hi. Nice. There's some good disc golf in Austin, Texas. There's some good disc golf in Texas, that's for sure. Hiring trees to knock in aces. Yeah, so so if you saw one of my most recent shorts, I got a hole in one, I got an ace off a tree, which was awesome. And even crazier, I wasn't even planning to film the shots. But Eddie, the guy I was playing with, as I grabbed the disc, after we both threw a few, he says, hang on, I'm gonna film this just in case you ace. And then I kicked off the tree and aced it. So it was the only shot that we filmed on that hole, and he just happened to pull out the phone just in time to catch that tree kick ace on camera, which made me so happy that I had that recorded. Really, really cool. Homelander says, which state are you from? I'm in Michigan, but I am from North Carolina, Charlotte. Doc says, it's also windy here after I was all no wind worries. Took out 2 new 140-gram discs and had a blast. Nice. Of course, you have to test out the wind with the lightweight discs. Brent says that I'm forced to help him move. Yep, I have to be back in time to help Brent move. It's true. I made a deal. I said, okay, I'll help you move. Huge mistake. Tommy says, greetings from Slovakia. Just stopping by to spread some love and positivity and help with the algorithm. May the force be with you. Thanks for hopping by, Tommy. Really appreciate it. Doc says, Brent, will you do soup and sodas as opposed to pizza? Sweet 2024 OTB Open Hex. Heck yeah, dude. That's awesome. Dimitri says, hello, hello. Thanks for hopping on and joining us. Just hanging out, having a good time. Happy Easter. Nice day. It is a nice day. In Michigan, it's a nice day. And it's Easter Sunday. So, especially for a Christian like me, it's a really, really nice day to remember and celebrate. Some money to spend on a disc. The collab cap wrap. Ooh. Heck yeah. I haven't seen the collab cap wrap. What does it look like? Ordered 2 more Bergs. In the clan now. Nice. Mara says, greetings from Turkey. What's your opinions about our country? I have very few opinions or thoughts about Turkey, but Turkey does great on a sandwich, so I approve. Never too many Bergs. Oh, Doc also played Monday. Garrett says, happy 420. Happy April 20th, everybody. Happy Easter. Haven't gotten the Berg yet. X yet. What's the difference? That's a good question. Is the Berg X just softer? Is that what it is? Or is it not even less glidey? I can't remember. X11 says, hi, it's my birthday. Happy birthday. Turn 10. Hey, happy birthday. Happy 10th birthday. And happy Easter on the same day. What's everyone's new discs? AKR says, do a flip. Sorry, I can only do a flip on a trampoline, so got nothing. Marley and Mar says, hi, how are you? Hope you're having a good day. Happy Easter. Having a great day. Thanks for joining on and hopping on and joining us. Happy Easter to you as well. It is a good day. I don't have any like new discs. Well, I guess my P4 is my newest disc. But one of the discs that I recently got is another Infinite Discs Dynasty. My buddy in Grand Rapids found this while we were playing and gave it to me because I bag a Dynasty and I love one that's a little more stable that can slowly kind of get beaten in to the place where my green one is at. So at some point, my green Dynasty, I mean, you can't even see the stamp anymore. It's just going to fully wear out and I'm going to need a backup. So I was pretty happy about that. That's kind of the new disc that I have. Other than the P4, which is actually new. I got it new. Brent says, doing wing at 3, sign up. I'm ready to suffer for 3 rounds in a day. Heck yeah. What day is that, Brent? Is that in April? Sounds like fun. I would do 3 at wing it. That's fine. I played 4 rounds on Monday. Yeah. I survived. It was fun. It was fun. Daniel says, hi guys, happy Easter. Daniel, thanks for hopping on again this week. Happy Easter. Doc is more supportive than Brad could ever be, says the guy who is like receiving my help with his move and also is a doubles partner for US amateur doubles this year, and like gets a text from me that says congrats on your win, all that stuff. It's just new. Doc's more supportive for sure. For sure. More stable. The X is more stable. Doesn't appear to be much more. Steven says the Easter Bunny brings candy. Plink says hi there from Russia with love. Have a nice day. Have a nice day to you as well. Happy Easter. Daniel says all the best for your life, Ed Sheeran. Oh man. Marleon says just subscribe. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Doc says don't think I've actually thrown a disc enough to wear it out. Just enjoy throwing new ones too much. But when it makes the bag permanently, it'll eventually wear out. For me. Also, one of the first discs I bought was of such low quality plastic that not only did it fly differently when I got better, but it just flew differently after a few tree hits. And that thing, not good for throwing anymore. May 4th, Star Wars Day. Okay, Wing It 3 is May 4th. Gotcha. Yeah, what is the Russian disc golf scene like? That's a good question. Volgi says, happy Easter, everyone. Happy Easter. Had a good day myself. Got to spend it with some family. Was able to go to my parents' church and join them this morning. And then my nieces and nephews, my sister and brother-in-law, got to have dinner with them. So it was a really nice day. Chin says, well, brother, you look lovely, mate. Thank you. It's the beard. It's always the beard. Doc says, so Brent, what do you think Brad's excuse to not move anything heavy will be? I'll give you my excuse already in advance. My back hurts because I played so much disc golf this week. So I'm hoping to be fully recovered, hopefully by like Tuesday. But that's my in advance excuse, just in case. Daniel says, tired of eating so much candy, lol. Yep. That's tough on Easter. Easter gets you with the candy. Sarah and Hoot says, hi, hello. Thanks for hopping on. Happy Easter. Marleon says, questions, what is disc golf about? And Doc says, it's golf with frisbees. So yeah, basically your goal is to reach the basket in as few throws as possible. So there are drivers which are meant to go a little bit further, a little bit faster, and they'll have different flight paths depending on exactly what disc you throw. So for instance, each of my discs are going to fly a little bit differently. Some of them will go really far to the right, some will go straight, some will go left. But if you know what your disc is supposed to do and you're able to throw it well, then, for instance, I know I can throw this Valkyrie around 315 to 330 feet. I know it's going to drift right, and at the very end, it'll probably swing back a little bit. So if I can throw this close to the basket on a par 3, and then use a putter and try to make it in the basket in 2, then I would take a birdie on a par 3 and keep my score low. So that's basically what disc golf is all about. You use your discs to throw them until you reach the basket. And it's a fun sport. I really love it. I do tournaments and competitions. Brent does as well. And some of the best throw insanely far. It's just ridiculous. Brent says that he doesn't really honestly own anything that heavy. That's really good. Good to hear. Daniel says, someone help me. You just got to stop eating the candy. Get some protein. Get some ham. Just have something to keep you healthy. And then you can eat more candy later. Eric says, happy Easter. Happy Easter. Josh Doe says, hi. Thanks for hopping on and joining. Chin says, can I ask you something? Do you know what is the tallest type of grass? I bet you don't know. I do not know the tallest type of grass. I am unaware. My back hurts. Hey, my back hurts. It's just what happens. Getting old. It's bad for, says just shot plus 20 in a hard course. Heck yeah. First time I went to play in Maple Hill, I shot like plus 24. It's fun. It's really fun. Where'd you play? Doc says, everyone sees cats throwing for eagle. Girl's on fire. Yeah, she threw in from like 245 or something like that. It's pretty crazy. It was nice. I saw it and I was like, that's basically an ace. Like, I think, uh, yeah, I think that throw in was farther than either of the aces that I got this last week. Yeah. Jude says Ed Sheeran. Yeah, got a little bit of red, but none of the musical talent. Put it that way. Did you see AB's round one, hole 18, 600-foot OB throw? No, I did not. Sounds crazy. But I believe that it happened because that's AB. I wonder if I can get my laptop on the other side so I can read comments more easily. This table's like falling over. Okay. Almost a disaster, but we are good. Andres, thank you for joining. Welcome to the chat. Unfortunately, I cannot read Spanish. Marlene says, thanks for letting me know. Of course, of course. It's a great sport. It's not for everybody, but it's one of the most accessible and cheap sports to try out. If you're able to buy a starter pack, most local courses are free to play. Of course, it depends on what country you live in. Certain countries have one or no disc golf courses in them, but the United States has disc golf all over the place, and a lot of European countries do as well. Just depends. Was OB, but 600-foot throw is just sick. Yes, it is. That's insane. Parley Place says hi. Thanks for hopping on and joining us. Happy Easter. Doc says maybe Brad can do a music event to raise money for the move. Jen says, can you believe that it's bamboo? You know what? I feel stupid because I literally thought about bamboo and I said, that's not grass. That's not a grass. Idiot. That's really cool. I did not know that. Daniel says, your tip was incredible about going back to eating sweets afterwards. We didn't give up on sweets. Doc says, what's better, ace or eagle? Well, an ace is an eagle. So an ace is both. BC says, you need a haircut ASAP. I do need a haircut. I'm going to head back to Charlotte. I'm on a little vacation visiting friends and family. And I thought about getting a haircut before I left. Was really on the fence about it, but I didn't want to spend the money already so quickly after my last haircut. Now that it's been 2 weeks, I'm like, I'm due for a haircut. Would have liked to have one last week. But I'll get one, maybe not ASAP, but pretty soon. Doc, thank you so much, Doc, for the 5. For Brad's aspirin to help us back while moving for Brad. All right, in advance, that's going to help, so thank you. Really appreciate that. Oh, man. Thea says, hello, my friend. How are you? Doing great. Happy Easter. Thanks for hopping on and joining us. Eric says, a lot of local Florida courses had egg hunt finds for prizes. Cool way to get a new disc or shirt. Yeah, that is awesome. I had a couple buddies who would hide a disc out on the course for Christmas or something like that. So Easter, of course, makes even more sense to have like an egg hunt or even a disc hunt or something like that. That's really cool. Doc says, Brent, if that's his moving form, I worry for your breakables. We are more fans of this Ed Sheeran, LOL. Nothing better than throwing a disc than hearing that chain music. Oh, yeah. Marlene says, the Andres said, greetings and 1,000 hugs from Medellin, Colombia. Cool. Thanks for translating. Really appreciate that. Yeah. Greetings and 1,001 hugs back from United States. From Michigan. And happy Easter. Doc says, oh, so many times I limp off the course, hear those chains, and want to go back on the course ASAP. Yep. I felt that on Monday. That was after 3 rounds, I was like tired. I was getting hungry. I was thirsty. But then we drove to the next course and I was like, all right, I'm ready to try out this course and play some more disc golf. It was a blast. Prayed Up says, hi, thanks for hopping on and joining us. Appreciate you being here. Happy Easter. Brent says, Doc, that's so sweet. The old man needs it. Yes, I do. Need my help. Daniel says, I'm going to cut your hair. Rumors are he's going to appear bald. No way. No way. I like my hair too much. I know it's not like an impressive hairstyle or anything, but I like my hair. No, no way I'm going bald. No way. Not by choice. Doc says, trying to help fellow elderly. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. Marlene says, no problem. Really appreciate it. Rico says, you know what The Rock is cooking? Don't know what The Rock is cooking. Ava says, you look like a lumberjack. I've got a little bit of the lumber up here, but I'm not jacked, so not a full-on lumberjack. I left my flannel at home as well. Actually, my sister has more flannel than I do, so I don't know what that tells you. Let's see, do I have any flannel off camera? No. No. I have chopped wood, at least, so I'm not a complete, like, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Like, I have some experience, but no. No lumberjack here. Not really. Doc says Brad is disc golf Samson cut his hair and it's all bogey time. With an H. Thank you, Brent, for throwing that in there. Herwin says Chuck Norris Jr. LOL. That's pretty good. Like the reverse Chuck Norris, where all of the jokes are like against me instead of in favor, like Chuck Norris. But I'll take it. I'll take that as a compliment. Chuck Norris Jr. says Happy Easter. Ava says noob, and then you're not a noob. That's good. Appreciate that. Yeah, so I played, I think, 10 rounds of disc golf last week, 4 of them on Monday, which was really awesome. It's a lot of fun. Shout out Luke. Shout out Justin as well. Visited them in Michigan while I was here, and that was really, really nice. So it was a lot of fun. They took me around to 4 of their kind of local courses, which I had never played any of them before, and it was really, really just enjoyable. Played a short 9-hole course where I threw ace runs on every hole. I caught metal a few times, chained out like 4 times, twice on the same hole, and man, that was brutal. One of them should have stuck, but I caught it all on camera, so that's gonna be really cool. I'll be dropping those shorts throughout the next couple of weeks. And then we went out to a course called the Jungle, which was a tough wooded course, a lot of fun. Didn't film much. Then we went to, I think it's called the Range, to a wide open course, and we had 30 to 40 mile per hour wind. So that was eye opening. Like that was difficult. And then we played. We went to go to a course. There was league, so we changed courses, and then played a filmed round out there. So that's coming soon as well. All right, we have. Why was there no Chuck Norris Jr., Indiana Jones, Sherlock Holmes, etc. had a junior? Chuck needs one. Aram says hi, hello, happy Easter. Thanks for hopping on and joining. Doc says we can write the script. Johnny says, do you ever fart during teeing off, then blame it on your shoe? I do not. I don't have a need to do that. The only Benjamin says, what's up, my brother in Christ? Just coming to check up, make sure you're doing well. I am doing well. Thanks for joining and checking in. Happy Easter. I had a good Easter Sunday, was able to go to my parents' church and then hang out with my sister and nieces and nephews for some dinner. Then head on over for the live stream. Erwin says, where do you regularly play disc golf? Charlotte, North Carolina. So I'm fortunate. Charlotte is fantastic. Great disc golf in Charlotte. And yeah, but right now I'm out of state for myself, visiting family and friends up in Michigan, where I grew up. So I've been kind of bopping all over the place in Michigan playing courses. Grand Rapids, some like in the Midland area, Jackson, Lansing. It's been really nice. Been really fun. Played one in Hastings, which I'd never really been to Hastings, Michigan. Doc says, Chuck Norris Jr., a young redhead who cooks soup by day, hits chains by night, and has to help his karate teacher father defeat some bad guys putting dischargers everywhere. How are your karate skills? Karate skills are bad. Karate skills are bad. No karate skills here. Ava says, also, is it Rockford, Michigan? So I played a course in Rockford. I played Cortland Township disc golf course in Rockford. I think I played the easiest layout and had some fun ace runs on that course, hit some metal a few times. And I think I went 10 down and kind of felt like I played okay. Like it's a fun layout, but it's an easy layout. But that was a lot of fun. I was glad to be able to play that course. I played it, I think 3 times now in the last couple of years, and it's just a blast. It's just a blast. Marlianne says, another question, what made you play disc golf? That's a great question. So, I would say that kind of the reason I started playing was that my brother wanted to kind of like do something with my dad and I, and we went out disc golfing together. Up to that point, I played a lot of ultimate frisbee, but wasn't very good at disc golf. So I was like, I don't know if I like disc golf. I can't throw the discs very far. And then I tried a different grip that my brother showed me. And suddenly I was like, oh my goodness, I can throw a disc. So ever since then, that was about 3.5 years ago. Ever since then, I've been playing disc golf and just absolutely loving it. So I have my brother to thank. And yeah, he's pretty good. He's probably better than me still, although I've been catching up in the last couple of years. And he's quite talented. So yeah, one time I threw the disc and it just kind of drifted right and threw, like it went twice as far as the rest of my throws, and I was hooked. At that moment, it was like, wow, if I could do that again and get better, I'm going to love this sport. I played a lot of soccer growing up, 15, 16 years of soccer, including a small college scholarship. So I was like, I loved soccer and I liked ultimate frisbee, but I never really kind of considered disc golf. Then I realized I didn't have to get a group of people together. I didn't have to, um, have an empty soccer field that I played in by myself. I could play disc golf, and you can fully experience disc golf with like 2 or 3 discs by yourself. All you need to do is have a disc golf course, but you can even just pick a target and play golf, just throwing at trees and stuff. Such a fun sport. You can do it alone or with a group. It really doesn't matter. Just really appreciate it. Herman says Chuck Norris doesn't go to church. The church goes to Chuck Norris. Nice, of course. Daniel says you should come to Brazil. That's the next trip. Ooh, that'd be fun. That would be fun. I mean, man, that would be quite a trip, but that would be exciting. Yeah. I currently do not have any plans to travel out of the country, but Brazil would be sweet. Brazil would be awesome. So Doc said he's casting me as the junior and Brent as my elderly father. Erwin says, no karate skills. You're like the polar opposite of Chuck Norris. You're Norris Chuck. Good name for a disc golf player, Norris Chuck. That's pretty great. That's a good name. I like it. Civ says you look like Daniel Bryan from WWE. Let me see. The beard is very close. The beard is, yeah, that's a good comparison. Beard is spot on. Hair, not the same, but I can kind of see it a little bit. I see what you're getting at. Especially like this specific picture. Like the beard is almost identical. That is impressive. And he has like lighter in the front as well. Wow. Yeah, good call. That was real. I've never gotten that before. Daniel Bryan. That's funny. The only Benjamin says, what do you think about China speaking the truth about brands, Gucci, Fendi, etc., that is made in China, not in France or Italy? I haven't heard anything about it, but I mean, it's not something that surprises me. Um, but those are also brands that don't mean anything to me. So I guess part of me is like, uh, it's it's not something that I have to care about. I guess I don't know. Honesty is good. I'll say that. Turtle says I have a question. Of course, you would have a question. We'll skip that question. Marlianne says, bye bye, God bless, and have a great day. Thanks for hopping in and joining. Happy Easter. Have a good one. It's your girl Mar says, may I please have a shout out? Love your content. Thank you. Shout out. Thanks for hopping on and joining. Appreciate you being here. Daniel said, he said bizarre things and deleted it. Yep. Sounds about right. Daniel Bryan seems like a genuinely nice guy. Interesting. Yeah. I've never seen any. I don't watch WWE. I'm very just aware of one or two wrestlers, of course, John Cena and a couple of actors who came out of WWE. But yeah, that's really fun. That's really cool. The only Benjamin says, you looking good on the stream. Respect you for doing your thing. Keep grinding, doing what you got to do to entertain the homies. Of course. Thanks for hopping on for a bit and joining. Appreciate the new sub. Thanks for that. Really appreciate it. Yeah, we have a good time. We all, well, not all of us, but a lot of us love disc golf. We love hanging out together. And yeah, appreciate the community. Community's great. Eric says, you have a unique jump putt, a very low tuck between the legs, arm swing and jump and release works well. I lose my line midair. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting style that I've seen some jump putters with a similar putt, but not that many. So it's kind of, I don't want to say that I came up with it myself, but it's kind of just what works for me. Just a lot of experimentation and kind of figuring out what works. But it's all about timing. It's kind of split second because if you're a little bit off, then the putt's terrible. So it's not necessarily something I recommend to other players, but it does work for me. It does work for me. So your girl Mara says, hey, what are you talking about? So we're talking about disc golf for the most part. So I wish I had discs to put behind me, but as opposed to frisbees, discs are kind of thinner and fly further and faster than frisbees do. And you have putters, you have mid ranges, and you have drivers that are all designed to go at different speeds and different distances. And just like traditional golf, the goal is to get to the basket in as few throws as possible, including your putt or your throw in to make it into the basket for your last shot on the hole. And you play through 18 holes and try to go as far under par as you can. Daniel says if you come to Brazil, you need to visit the beaches. They are beautiful. It's Your Girl says, never heard of the sport. Yeah, it's definitely one sport it's newer. It's not the like most popular, but especially in the United States compared to football, compared to baseball, compared to basketball, like those are major sports. And disc golf is quite small in comparison, but it's growing quickly and across the world. I know Europe, disc golf is huge in Europe. So it's definitely a sport that's kind of taking over. And one of the best things about it is you don't need other people to play the sport. You can just play a course by yourself. And it's also a great activity for families because it's an accessible sport that older people can play without risk of injuring themselves, and younger people can play without needing to be all that good at it because eventually they can get up to the basket and get it into the basket. They don't have to be able to do it in one. Basketball, little kids can't shoot the ball high enough, so they can't ever score a basket. But disc golf baskets are like 2.5 feet off the ground, so almost any kid can, put a disc over the rim. So it's a cool sport that is just great. It's great for families to play together. It's great to play with friends, and you can play at any age. And it's pretty inexpensive. Most disc golf courses are free. Dude, it says live from the course. Just started. I'll update. Heck yeah. Doing a little Todd live from the course action. I love it. I love it. Doc said, how are your courses? Doc, who is that directed to? Brazil? Brazil courses? That's probably where it is. We need our course researcher, Ellis, to do some disc golf course research per country. CD says, happy Easter. Happy Easter. Thanks for hopping on and joining us. We're having a good time, enjoying just chatting a little bit about disc golf. I really need to display a disc behind me. I'm trying to think of a way to do it. Oh. This is definitely not going to work. It's definitely going to work. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yep. All right, now we have a disc on display. That's good. That's going to fall off in 5 minutes. I almost guarantee it. Eric says, frisbees you can catch, discs hurt. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. That is a good differentiation between frisbees and discs. Frisbees, of course, can hurt a little bit, but discs can really pack a punch. We got another live on the scene. Yeah, we do. Love this part of the show. Patrick says, where around the country do you mostly play and like to play the most? So for me, I live in Charlotte, North Carolina. So that's where I play the most. And I'm thrilled to be there. Tons of excellent courses. At the moment, I'm in Michigan visiting some friends and family. So I played Rockford, Grand Rapids, Holt, Hastings, Jackson, Midland. Like I played kind of just all around lower and mid Michigan, getting in a lot of rounds of disc golf. So yeah, that's where I am at the moment. But yes, it's normally North Carolina, and also I lived in 3 years for 3 years in Florida. So I was around the Gainesville area. Luke says, sorry I'm late. No problem. Happy Easter. Thanks for hopping on and joining. Luke's always here, so we do miss him when he's gone, but he's back. Luke, you missed the mini shout out. I talked about the 4 rounds of golf that we played on Monday, including the high winds. Doc says there are ways to handicap it to make younger players, younger members of the family feel competitive. Yeah, that's true as well. Yep. Versus other sports where it's just like, it's harder to kind of create a handicap. For golf and disc golf, it's easier for that. Yeah. Hang it on the doorknob. Yeah, I got that. If it falls, I'll try hanging it next time. But yeah, that's exactly what went through my mind as you were typing that. Doc says to look for a starter set that is PDJ legal, most around $30-ish. And this your girl says, what? That's a lot of money. It isn't the cheapest thing in the world, but a good soccer ball is $25, $30. A good basketball is going to be, the same. Golf is unbelievably expensive. You have to purchase all of the golf clubs, and you're constantly buying more golf balls. So I would recommend the ultimate cheapest, is to know someone in person who plays, and they'll probably give you a couple of discs for free. That's the best way. I like to give out a disc or two to newer players when I run into them, if I have them in the car, and kind of keep the new players stocked up on a couple of different discs so that they can really enjoy the sport without having to make purchases early on. For me, I'm getting most of my discs from tournaments that I play in, as opposed to just buying them. Doc says if you got some extra cash, Discount Discs has a bag and 15 discs for $150. Not bad. Dana says the improvisation. Yep, got the Keystone up. Erwin says this is weird. I feel like you're hiding your stream from the Rosary Rattlers. All right. We do have a little bit of. Well, I'm a Christian, so we'll definitely have a little bit of spiritual discussion. But I don't have rosary beads myself, so Protestant, not Catholic here. Doc says, it's your girl says, oh, sorry, no worries. Obviously, if it's a sport you're not familiar with, it's just something to learn about and think about. But of course, you don't have to feel any pressure to go buy a starter set and go play disc golf tomorrow. It's your girl says, Doc, that is a lot of money. And Doc says, yeah, suggested the $30 first. Yeah. $30 is a bit of money. You know, it's not the cheapest thing ever. But most sports you're going to pay more in. I mean, I did track in high school. I had to get running shoes. That was like $115. Soccer, I had to buy cleats. The cheap cleats are like $70. So, like any sport that you play, you're probably going to need equipment, and disc golf is one of the cheapest. You don't have to buy multiple tennis rackets and tennis balls. You know, you just need 2-3 discs. So, it's not free. You have to get the equipment somehow, but on balance, it's one of the cheapest sports. CD says, no disrespect, is disc golf a recognized sport? It is a recognized sport, but it's not a super popular one. It depends on where you are in the world. Some countries have one or no courses. A lot of European countries, it's the biggest sport, or one of the biggest sports. Soccer, of course, worldwide is, you know, the biggest. But yeah, disc golf is huge in certain sports. For the U.S., American football is massive, but in other countries, they don't give a rip about football at all, because they only care about football. Football is life, as Danny says in Ted Lasso. So yeah, it just depends on where you are. But yes, it's a recognized sport, and it's made ESPN top 10, SportsCenter's top 10 a few times for aces. A couple of really cool moments, like a boyfriend girlfriend got an ace on the Pro Tour in the same tournament. They both aced, I think, the same hole, right? Noah Five-Ash and Holly Finley. They aced the same hole or a different hole? I can't remember, but Paul Macbeth going 18 down at the toboggan course. So, yep, it is certainly a sport that some people don't think is a real sport. They don't think it's, you know, interesting or worth doing, and everybody's got their opinion, but it is certainly definitionally a sport. Yeah. Johnny says that his handicap is so bad they let him park up front. It's pretty good. Doc says you can look for a disc golf store or play it again. Most you can get a couple of discs cheap. Play it again is pretty good. Sometimes they'll have like $5 discs. Yeah. All right, I'm a few behind here. Yep, I'm a few chats behind. For families, best way with kids is let them use your tee shot. That's true. That's true. Johnny, Doc says, Johnny, they start me out negative infinite. Arlo says, how can I find people to play disc golf with? The main thing for playing disc golf with people is a Facebook group. If you have a local club, that's one of the best ways to find people that you can play disc golf with. So check on Facebook, try to find, like when I was in Gainesville, I looked up Gainesville disc golf and eventually found the Chainhawks. So you might have to do a little digging because they might not be named after the town that you're in. But if you can find a local club and join it, or even just try messaging or leaving comments and saying, hey, you know, anybody want to play around on Saturday this weekend? It's a good way to do it. Otherwise, just go into a course and hang out at the putting green for a little while until somebody shows up. That's how I've met a dozen people probably that I played rounds with. Eric says Dynamic has a $20 starter set that comes with a backpack and 3 discs. In Walmart, best starter kit I've seen. Yes, that's helpful. Doc says discount disc golf gets a lot of discs are $5. Not too bad. Daniel says, Doc, do you play? Doc says as much as possible. Yes, he does. Johnny lives in Boston from Raleigh, North Carolina. Got to drive at least 45 minutes for the first disc golf course. That's brutal. That is brutal. In In Charlotte, 45 minutes will get me to like 30 different courses because it's so packed in. It's really awesome. Daniel says, wow, I'm curious now to see you playing. I assume that's at Doc. Eric says, really at Doc, my nephew just bought one on Friday. Came with a judge and an escape and something else. That's really nice. Doc says, get double or triple the amount of throws some people, so I figure I'm getting more bang for the value, of course. If you throw extra, you get to play more. It's just more fun. Daniel says there had to be an Ed Sheeran versus Doc competition. Why does Brad need a boost to his ego? I think my ego's fine, but I wouldn't mind beating Doc. CD says that's so interesting. Didn't know it was so popular. Yeah, of course, like I said, it depends where you are, but Estonia, it's super popular because Kristen Lott is like one of the most probably famous 3 people in the country, and she's famous for being the best female disc golfer in the world right now. So in Estonia, she's a major celebrity, getting like car sponsorships, Mercedes sponsorship, I think that she has, and clothing lines and stuff like that. In the United States, less so, but certainly there are big name sponsors for certain events as well. Digit update live from the course, -1 through 3, not bad. Eric says, ever thrown Innova's Wahoo? That rim width is way bigger than a 12 speed. Never thrown it. Sounds great. I wish I could if I had one. Sounds cool. Doc says, popular to a certain crowd. Vorix says, Dr. Axel says, hi from heaven. Axel is my big brother who died a week ago. I'm really sorry to hear that, man. That really sucks. Thanks for hopping on and joining us. I hope that it's a good Easter for you and your family, despite the circumstances. Eric says, living off parents and best friends, llama to boot. Best friend's llama. Doc says, you got this, dude. Do it for the Soup Boys. Holland is on Kristen's heels. It'll take time. It'll take time. Kristen has just established herself for so long that she's so dominant. But she can be caught. She can definitely be caught. Holland is playing well. But it's going to take some time. It's not going to be like next month. It'll take a year. It'll take a year. Prod says, what's up, ma'am? Said hi. Thanks for hopping on and joining. Happy Easter. Prod says, how was your Easter? Good. I went to church with my parents. My dad's a pastor. So that was really, really nice to kind of support him and be there. Then had dinner with my sister and brother-in-law and their kids. I have 4 nieces and nephews, so that was really a blast. It's a great day. It's a great day. It's a good day to celebrate and remember that Jesus died and rose again. So Easter is great. Love Easter. Anthony said, what type of live stream? So this is a disc golf live stream. So we're just chatting a little bit about disc golf. I have plenty of discs here, but they're all off screen. Normally I have a huge display behind me, but I'm out of town on vacation, so I only have a small stack of discs that I've actually brought along with me. But normally I have about 250 discs behind me. Doc says, time for spaghetti. Who's hungry? I'm a little bit hungry. I actually just came from dinner, but I had to kind of rush out to get the stream set up and everything. So I kind of didn't eat as much as I wanted to. It was great food, but I'm a little hungry. I would take a little spaghetti. Just a little. Prod said, that's so cool. Yeah, how's your Easter? Daniel says, we can talk about many things, Anthony. It's true. We're not only talking about disc golf. We go off script all the time. So yeah, feel free to chat a little bit, ask questions. It's no problem. But in general, it's disc golf oriented. Daniel said, your nephews must be so cute. Oh my goodness, they are. My youngest nephew is just a few months old, and he's got these chubby cheeks. He smiles all the time. And then I have a niece and nephew that are twins. They're super cute. And then another niece who is very energetic, but very fun. They're all under the age of 6, so they are energetic. That's for sure. CD says, gotta go. Thanks for the info. Absolutely. Come back anytime. Every Sunday at 6:30 p.m. EST if you ever want to just come and chat. But thanks for hopping in for a little while with us. Anthony says, oh, is this the game from Wii Sports that was my favorite game? Maybe tied with bowling, but I like this game a lot. Yeah, it really needs an updated video game. I know they are coming out with a disc golf game. It doesn't look like it has the best graphics in the world. It's not going to be a AAA title. But yeah, some of the old Wii games, there was a Wii disc golf game. Then there's the app Disc Golf Alley, which is pretty fun as well. But yep, disc golf is great. Ooh, Eric asking the good questions. What's tonight's poll? I forgot to start it. Good question, but I have it. No worries. Prod says it was cool. Got some chocolate from an egg hunt and hung out with friends. Heck yeah, heck yeah. That's how it's done. Yeah, my nieces and nephews definitely had their egg hunt and enjoyed it and got a few snacks as well. I have a little bit of chocolate, not from Easter eggs, but I did get some chocolate today because, good timing. Nitro says, Happy Easter, Pookie Bear. Happy Easter. Daniel says that, oh, you have a twin brother too. That's really cool. Yeah, I have 2 sets of twins that I'm related to in my immediate like cousins and nieces and nephews. But twin brother, yeah, that's cool. Prod says, I actually play soccer, but disc golf seems fun. What are the differences between disc golf and normal golf besides the way you land the disc in the hole? It's a great question. I played 16 years of soccer as well. So actually, this is my Cornerstone University warm-up shirt from soccer. So I played a little bit in college, not like insanely good or anything, but I got a little college scholarship for playing. But yeah, so main differences are that in golf, you use a different club for a hole, depending on the distance that you're going to hit the ball, or if you're in the rough or on the green. In disc golf, you use a different disc depending on how far you want to throw it and what type of flight you want it to take. So, for instance, this X4 is a high-speed, lightweight driver. It's designed to go far and turn to the right the whole time. And then a disc like this P4 right here is designed to go, I don't know, maybe half as far or a third as far as the X4. It's supposed to be a shorter shot and it's going to go left. So the disc choice kind of replaces the clubs. Eric says the clubs are your discs, no ball. Yeah, very, very abbreviated and to the point. Yeah. Let's see. So yeah, it's really about disc choice, and then of course the way that the disc flies through the air is going to be very different than a ball. The ball can have spin on it and hook and slice and everything, but discs can swing. They can turn over and fade in the same flight. You can throw overhand and swing to the right. You can roll it. So there's, I would say, more variety in the angles that you can throw a disc versus hitting a ball. If you throw high enough, you can throw a disc that'll just kind of go left for hundreds of feet. But a ball, you can't make it go up and then swing left like that because it's not going to glide like a disc will. Those are the big main differences. Scoring is about the same. Rules are generally roughly the same. Yeah, but great question. I do need to start the poll in a second. Anthony says, this is my first time in the stream. Completely forgot you said you're related to a pastor. So sorry for using God's name in vain. It's all right. I'm not offended or anything like that. It's all good. But yeah, I'm definitely a Christian. It's a huge part of my life. And my dad is a pastor. I actually was a youth pastor for a few years after college before moving to Florida and then North Carolina. But it's all right. I'm not here to get angry or upset at anything like that. So feel free to mostly be yourself, but we do keep things family friendly in the chat. SW says, Israel Palestine. I didn't know they were playing today. All right. Let's see. Where is my... Here we go. I gotta get the poll going. I can't believe I let it go so long without the poll. All right. Come on, let me create the poll. It's like the perfect time for it to freeze, of course. Why not? Well, the poll will happen. It's just going to be a minute. Doc says poll should be Berg versus Berg X. That would be a very short poll. Eric says range. Oh, okay. The chat just lagged really bad for me. I hope nothing went wrong. Okay, it looks like the stream is good. I don't know what that was. And my mustache looks really weird in the light. Anyway, doesn't matter. Anthony says, Hickey, you want to stay away from highly controversial subjects. Yep, pretty much. Yep, I'll just not talk about things. Don't mind doing that. Doc says, the ball versus disc golf does have me curious. What would a budget disc golf bag versus ball golf bag play out? Oh, that's a great question. That's a great question. That would be a cool video. I wonder if there's ever been a video like that. It seems like somebody would have made that. Drip says, this dude looks like an ancient gladiator. Oh, that's good. That's good. I have a tiny bit of Russell Crowe here, just in the beard, just a little bit. Although he didn't have as much facial hair, of course. Maybe he has had quite a beard in certain movies, but not Gladiator. Doc says, Drip, I'm not a real doctor, but have you considered glasses? So rude. All right, why will the poll not work? This is just being a pain. Don't worry, guys. I'm going to get this figured out. We're going to get the poll off the ground. Or maybe not. It's the spinning wheel of death where it's just loading, loading, loading. Not sure why. I don't think I'm doing anything that's taking a particular amount of Wi-Fi. I mean, other than streaming. But other than that, quick shout out. I did get the discs sent out to all of the disc giveaway winners. I did forget to post a congratulations post to the disc winners. So I didn't end up doing that. Just had a crazy busy week. Tons going on. What? It just started a poll? I'm so confused. I've been trying to make a poll for 5 minutes, and all of a sudden there's a poll that's just yes or no. And you guys are voting. That's great. All right, guys, this is gonna be a 3-minute poll, and at the end of it, we'll decide the winner, yes or no. That's my bad. Oh man. Drew says, "What's your favorite West Side mold?" Ooh, good question. I appreciate the harp. Let's see. Is the hatchet West Side? I think the hatchet's West Side, right? I like the hatchet. A little bit of turn to it. Destiny. It's a nice bomber disc for me. 14 speed, which is normally too fast, but a -3 turn. So it actually flies really far for me. So those are probably my top 3. Russell Crowe in Les Mis wasn't awful. His acting was great. His singing was not great. Man, this is... I don't know what's going on with my computer. The bear is money. I haven't thrown... Maybe I have thrown the bear. Is that a stable mid-range? Ooh, Seer. That's a good shout, too. If a West Side 3-bag. Seer, Hatchet, Shield. Nice. Press says, what type of music do you listen to? Great question. Kind of a little bit all over. Depends on the genre of which artists I like. But I tend to like kind of like energetic pump-up music that I listen to when I'm practicing for disc golf, doing putting practice. Normally not when I'm competing, but normally when I'm traveling to my disc golf courses or a tournament. So Skillet is one of my favorite. They're a Christian rock artist. Yeah, mostly probably I would say rock is my genre overall. Stellar Cart, Hawk Nelson, Skillet, Yeah, a couple of Imagine Dragons songs, kind of the popular stuff. If you can't get the pole, then get the center pole. And bounce out, because the putt always bounces out. Anthony says, yeah, it just says yes or no. There's no question. Yeah, I blame YouTube for that. Gabe says, nice beard. Thank you. Appreciate it. Marvel Movie Clips and Trailers says, hello, where are you from? I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina, although I am in Michigan currently. RPO says, hello, do you know what Finland is? Yes, I do know what Finland is. And I believe, guys, is Niklas Antila Finnish or Swedish? He's Finnish, isn't he? So Niklas Antila is, yes, Niklas Antila is I believe, your most famous and most successful disc golfer. So this is a disc golf channel here. We got our discs off screen because I'm not at home right now. But yes, I do know Finland, and Niklas Antila is amazing, and he has been winning pro tour events in the United States lately. Kevin says disc golf. Yes, disc golf. That is correct. Shaq says, hey, thanks for hopping on. Doc says, oh, his singing was better than mine. Heck, better than my disc golf. Come on. Stream is a little bit laggy. Actually, it's crazy laggy. YM says, what do you do? What is your biggest accomplishment? That's a great question. So at the moment, I do a little bit of web design, kind of remote work, and disc golf. So YouTube, my YouTube channel for disc golf is my main focus at the moment. Biggest accomplishment, man, biggest accomplishment. In disc golf, my biggest accomplishment was beating Paul Ulibarri. In general, my biggest accomplishment, I got a 32 on my ACT. There you go. That's kind of lame. RPO says, sounds like he's Finnish. Yes, Niklas. Yes, he is Finnish, indeed. Doc says, knew a rhinestone cowboy once. Never finished one. Yeah, Eric, he is the Finnish cowboy. He is just racking up the wins. Prod says, oh, you mentioned you played soccer. Have you been to a Charlotte MLS soccer game? I have not. I didn't spend a whole lot of time watching soccer, even when I played constantly. But I am interested in it. It would be a lot of fun. So I'll have to kind of keep that in mind and eventually get to one. But I haven't. I haven't yet. Good suggestion, though. Todd says, good afternoon. Happy Resurrection Day. Or 420, depending on your level of depravity. Happy Easter, Todd. Thanks for hopping on and joining us. Eric says, Silver Saarinen is great without a forehand. Yeah. Forehand just helps out so much, but you can be good without it. I mean, I have a crappy forehand myself. RPO says, is Discmania a known brand there? Yeah, I've got myself a Discmania P4, one of the prototypes. I have... This is my practice stack of Discmania Enigmas. So I have myself multiple Enigmas stacked up as my practice discs. I have the Cosmic Neutron. What am I saying? This is the Vapor. Yeah, the Vapor Enigma. And then some of the Neoplastic Enigmas. And then in my bag, I have 2 Enigmas that I have with me on the course. And I have an FD1. I think that's my Discmania that I back. But Discmania is very much a known brand and one of my favorites. I like the plastic quite a bit. Jack says, I'm a kid and you look like Ed Sheeran. Thanks for joining the stream. Appreciate you being here. That's great. I do get Ed Sheeran every once in a while. None of the musical talent, I guarantee you. I promise you. Doc said, Brett, ever consider a disc golf spiritual retreat, especially to help at-risk kids? It's funny you mention it, actually. The camp that I worked at for several years, which specialized with at-risk kids, has great property, and I would love to get a disc golf course put in on the property. Probably not going to happen, but it is something that I have actually thought about. So yes, but it's not something that I see in my immediate future. However, I do have plans with my church small group to take a group to the disc golf course. So hopefully soon. And my stream is really lagging behind. Am I lagging, or is everybody fine with me? That's like 2 minutes behind me, probably. I don't know what is up with my Wi-Fi. This is terrible. I don't know. Maybe that helped. Dude, 5 down through 9 and play another 9 because that was just the warm-up round, live from the course. Dollars and Cents says, what happened to the lady with the cheating husband commenting here last time? She hung out for a little while and then headed out, but she didn't pop back in. I haven't heard any updates. But she seemed to be doing okay. Todd says, I bagged like 3 Discmanias. Heck yeah. Eric says, ever put with a Firefly? If so, thoughts. I have a lightweight Firefly, and no, I'm sorry. Let me recorrect myself. That is a Dragonfly. Firefly. My buddy Blaze putts with Fireflies, and he swears by them. He says they're fantastic. I don't know, maybe I putted with his once or twice, and I liked it, but really tied down to the Wardens. Really tied to the Wardens. If I had to change, I would do P2. Todd says, dude, are you live from the course? Yes, he is, and that was the first thing he said was live from the course. Lil T says, are you a Navy SEAL? I am not a Navy SEAL. I am no longer in shape enough to be a Navy SEAL. No Ed, more of a Russell. Todd says, disc golf retreat sounds amazing. Bunking in a cabin, waking up every morning to the birds singing, playing around through the woods. S'mores around a campfire at night. Please, Lord. Yes, that would be really cool. It's definitely something that would be suitable for a spiritual retreat because it is getting out into nature. It's doing something physical, but not like physically. You're not running into other people. You're just kind of playing against yourself. You're playing against your own score. You can compete against other people, of course, but it's not like basketball, football, soccer where you're hitting other people and kind of, having the physical confrontations, which is great and everything, but doesn't suit kind of a mindful spiritual retreat. Eric says no lag. Okay, good. I'd say reload, but might mess up the stream. Yeah, I thought about it. It actually looks like it updated and it's better. Marleon says, I'm back. Hey, welcome back. Thanks for joining back again. Appreciate it. Doc says, what about a multi-faith disc golf league tournament? That would be cool. Oh, gosh. Get the Baptists and the Catholics talking. Oh, boy. Jim, welcome back to the stream, or welcome to the stream for this week. Appreciate you being here. Hope that Jade is doing well for you. And once I get back into Charlotte, get you that other disc that I promised. Give you a list of discs to pick from. RPU says, okay, well, goodbye. Well, thanks for joining us from Finland. Doc says, Todd, there are some courses with camping cabins on the grounds. True. Todd says, someone would be getting burned at the stake as a heretic before the front nine is done. Yeah, that would be a little rough. Gustavo says, shout out my boy. Nope. Good try. Gustavo says, hi from Russia, born in Japan, live in Australia, but moving around all over the place. Todd says, Doc, there's a tourney coming up in August in Northern California that includes an optional cabin rental, but no power. Interesting. Doc says, need a birdie time retreat and disc golf meetup. Maybe June 2030-ish. Heck, that would be awesome. I would love that. Man. Marlianne says, just went to go buy my baby sis a Happy Meal. That's cool. I can't remember the last time that I had a Happy Meal, but made me happy. Todd says, Doc, I was going to say, let's go halfsies on the cabin. Delta says, hi from Hawaii. Welcome from Michigan. Doc's got to have his generator. Yeah, how is that Hawaii disc golf? That's a great question. Oh my gosh. I am going to reload this and hope that nothing bad happens. Jim says, Sign Eagle Rainmaker Prototype Flex 2 White with a red stamp coming your way to forward to the other guesser who got the disc number correct. Wish I could send a picture, but technically challenged. No problem. That's really exciting. I'll pass that on to him. That'll be really cool. He'll be really happy to get that. Doc is a glamper, not a camper. Terrifier. That's a great name. Happy Meals get tariffed. Todd says, that's the best way, Doc. Marley, my daughter, got a skeleton. She digs it. Is that a fancy camper, I'm guessing? Doc says, Paige Pierce was going to buy land in Hawaii. Showed a course or two that they were pretty. That they were working on. That's really cool. Z-Gamer says, my name is Claudio from Argentina. Thanks for hopping on and joining. Appreciate you being here. All right. Everything is a little bit... I'm glad the stream is working well and everything's going through, but things are slightly off on my end. And for instance, the poll, I can't end the poll right now, but the good news is that yes won with 68% versus no at 32%. Okay, did I end it? Okay, I ended it. Todd says, Brad, my son has the exact same keystone. That's interesting. Yeah. It's the Zero Soft as well, the floppy like keystone. Doc says she got hurt, so bought a house on the mainland instead. Interesting. Slightly off the soupy boy way. Marlianne got yourself a coffee. Good idea. Okay, I think I can make this poll. Oh my gosh, just work already. I'm going to let my laptop think for a second and relax. I'm going to get myself some water that I left off screen, of course. But while I'm gone, examine the keystone and see how beautiful it is. I will be back. What is the best way? It's kind of a crowded room. Oh gosh. I don't think I can go that way. Okay. All right. Back on camera. Got myself a little bit of water. Ooh, that's nice and cold too. That is nice. Okay. Hey, here we go. All right, it is letting me type, so that's good. I know what, let's just say I know what Todd's going to vote in this poll. So you can basically guess what the poll is going to be if you know Todd well enough. Come on, let me type. What is wrong with my laptop? This is terrible. Doc says, y'all yes boys I worry about. Marlianne says, I like the fact that my brother is the only boy in my family. Interesting. In my family, We have 2 brothers and 1 sister. Oh my gosh. Let me type out the poll. This is so annoying. I do not understand why it's being so terrible. Oh, here we go. It updated. It took 11,000 years. And if I spelled somebody's name wrong, I'm so sorry, but I don't have the ability to look something up right now. Apparently. All right, so we already got Todd's vote in there, guaranteed. Immediately, dude just says no Ganon. I wasn't sure who to put in, but I made the poll based on longevity and popularity. So I thought Paul, Ricky, and Simon have played for quite some time, and Calvin has played for like several years. He's played and been known. Ganon has only been known for the last 3 years. So I picked Calvin for longevity, not for popularity or talent reasons specifically, but I picked someone who has been in the disc golf for longer. There's Todd's vote for Ricky. There it is. Okay, looks like I'm better caught up now. Hopefully. We'll see. Dude says, currently on hole 4 behind some beginners, which is fine. Live from the course. Todd says, dude is fine, but are you going to ask to play through or just chill and watch them? Yeah, sorry, dude, that Ganon's not an option. If I could put 5 on there, I think Ganon would be the next choice. I think he'd be number 5. Eric says, Calvin's a local, so I picked Simon. Stu says, hi. Parlay says, hi. Hello, thanks for hopping on and joining us. Hanging out, having a good time. Todd says, how about my new favorite duo, Mixaki? They're making fun videos together, matching each other's score for score the entire tournament against the Young Bucks. Love them as a team. Yeah, they're playing well, and they're seeming to have a good time. Not complete rivals. Of course, they're competing against each other, but both selling a ton of plastic for Discraft. Doc says, no ladies on the poll either. Sexist. I did parentheses MPO, didn't I? I did that on purpose. Next week is going to be FPO. I didn't want to put a mixture in there. I wanted to keep them as separate polls. I do like the perfect balance, 1 vote each. Nice job. Man, every time I check the poll, the screen lags for like 20 seconds. Doc says, love to load up salsa on my food. It's random, but okay. Draven says, hi. Hello, thanks for hopping on the stream and joining us. I am just not sure why. But we are lagging a little bit here. Hopefully everything comes through fine as far as you guys. As long as that stays good, we'll be good. All right, so let's see. Quick little update on my trip. I just counted, I've seen about 20 different friends and family members while I've been in Michigan. So that's been a little bit crazy. All over the state, not Upper Peninsula, but kind of like bouncing around all over the place. Meeting people for a round of disc golf, hanging out with friends for a day or two, a couple of birthdays, Easter, of course. It's been a little bit crazy. Played 10 rounds of disc golf last week, 4 in 1 day, which is the most I've played. And I did a ton of ace runs. So I probably threw like 7 courses worth of tee shots. Maybe more than that. I don't know. But I'm a little bit sore. I played a ton of disc golf, but it's been a blast. It's been a full Michigan disc golf experience. The only course that I'm not experiencing in Lower Michigan is Toboggan. That's like the big course, but I'll be back for U.S. amateurs. That's the plan. So I will get out there. But yeah, it's been a good trip. I'll be back to Charlotte on Thursday so I can help Brent move. and then I'll be back to the normal live streams where I'll actually have discs behind me other than just a keystone. And now my stream monitoring won't load, so that's great. All right, we're back. It looks like Calvin's winning because he got 2 votes. Oh, nope. Everything changed. Paul and Calvin are tied. Okay. A, and I closed the poll. Perfect. Pavel says, hello, everybody. What's the topic? So this is, in general, this is a disc golf stream. So I usually have them behind me, but I have disc golf discs. And a lot of us play the sport and really enjoy it. But it's fine if you want to ask other questions or bring up other topics of discussion. That's no problem. But we try to keep it family friendly. Okay. Marlianne says, don't know any of them. I'm new to this. That's totally fair. My vote is Calvin, so vote Calvin for me. I actually can't vote in my own poll. That's discrimination right there. Question to chat. When you go out to eat Mexican, do they bring you more salsa to the table, or you just eat it without salsa? You ask for more salsa. What are you talking about? That's where the salsa came from. I missed that earlier. Salsa for chips. Yeah. Salsa works for chips, although I prefer queso for the chips, and then if I'm having salsa with the food. That's me. Put half a bowl on your food, goodness. Todd says, Eric Draven, are you a half-dead, crow-led Avenger of the Dead? Wow. Marlianne says, just chose a random one. No problem. Yuli and Wysocki collab disc thoughts. Is that what Dujit's getting? Yuli and Wysocki collab disc for the cap wrap? I'm interested in it. I haven't seen it, but it sounds cool. Okay. Yep, Doc says, it's okay, we're all new at one time. That's absolutely true. Doc says, even me back when we threw rocks instead of discs. Not it. Oh, gosh. Way back in the day before wheels existed. Todd said 4 rounds in a day. Wow, that's going to be like 5,000 calories burned. Probably equivalent of running a 10K. I've run a lot of 4K. I've run a lot of 5Ks. And I would say at the end, probably felt like 15K. In my approximation, that's what I would say. It was wiped out. And the next day I did a bunch of yard work. So that was great. Rozoa says, I've been playing a month and man am I addicted. Hey, heck yeah. Welcome to the addiction. Disc golf is so much fun. I remember my first month of playing and it's just like every single throw, it's just, you're so excited to see what happens. Where's the disc going to go? Are you going to hit the line? Are you going to be anywhere close to the basket? Heck yeah. It's a lot of fun. It's a great place to be in. Are you able to play shorter, easier courses and get birdies right now? Or are you like, hoping for your first par? Like what stage are you at with that? Depends on, of course, the type of course that you play. If you only have like a pro level course nearby, it might be a long time before you see your first birdie. Todd says we all enjoy talking about soup, of course. Gotta get the soup in there. Rozo says the Passion 8-speed at the moment. That's a great disc. It's a good choice. Oh, Doc says, what disc are you throwing? Yeah, that's a great choice. Passion is good. I recommend the Brave. I recommend the Soul. I recommend the Echo. Doc says, for the noobs, everyone's favorite starter disc, I'm going Lat 64 Diamond. I just listed mine. Soul Reaper says, lock to the left. Passion is a great disc. Marlianne says, I did vote for Calvin. Yes, my vote is there. I appreciate it. Represented. Doc says, thank you, Brad, for the salsa backup. Of course, absolutely. Spot says, happy birthday, Bradley. It is not my birthday, but thank you. Brett, is not my birthday. My birthday is in September. But I appreciate the happy birthday. It is happy Easter. for anybody who's celebrating. Man, I'm telling you guys, the chat, I'll read through some chats and then I like scroll back up and new chats are there. Okay. Rozoa says, good for my arm speed. I'm not a strong thrower. Yeah. I'd keep it to 8 speed and below for a while if it's your first month. Yep. Doc says, my nieces and nephews, no interest in more salsa on their food. Lame. Marlianne says, random joke, what happened to the plant in math class? What happened to the plant in math class? It had a square root. That's my guess. Doc says it got divided. Roselle says, trying, my putting is trash at the moment. Putting is tough to figure out. It's a weird little thing. Have you seen my, well, it may or may not be helpful. I have a putting tips video, but I don't really talk about specific mechanics of putting and gripping the putter, form and style very much. I talk more about the mental side of things, but I do have a putting video, putting tips video. Todd says, for noobs, I suggest they get a starter pack for $25, like the Innova AVR Shark and Leopard, very lightweight and everything you need. Then if you stick with it, then those Latitude 64. Marlene said, it grew square roots. Hey, I got it. I promise you I did not see that chat. I figured it out. Unpopular Queen says, hi. Thanks for hopping on and joining us. Soul Reaper says, who's this little mudblood here? What are you doing? No job, huh? It's Easter Sunday. What am I supposed to be doing today? What kind of line of question is that? And no, I'm not a wizard, so yeah, I guess I'm a mudblood. Eric said, I played 9 holes, then 24, then 18 of glow, and then woke up and did 3 hours of field testing. The 41 discs I got off Marketplace. Shoulder is cooked. Yeah, that's about right. I've got this knot in my back on the left side. It's like this big chunk, and then on the right side I've got this little one. They're from a lot of throws, but heck yeah. And Eric, how are those 41 discs? It seemed like quite a deal that you got there, quite a steal. Doc says, Rozoa, if you meet some guys on the course, see if you can try out some different putters. That's a great suggestion. Did pick up a lightweight Roadrunner 151. That's not bad though. That's not bad. That might fly really far for you. Todd says you're a stud, Brad. Thank you. It's the beard. Doc says a basket for the yard is cool. Grab one for $100 or less if you got the money for it. Levi Clark says, it's me again. What's up, Levi? Thanks for hopping on. Rizzo says, oh, I've definitely been meeting a lot of people out there. Heck yeah. And Doc says, oh, Eric, so you got the discs. Congrats. Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious as well. I heard you commented afterward with a little update about the discs that you got. And it seemed like it was really worth what you paid for it, which is really awesome. All right. And we're reloading. Awesome. Hopefully I'll see the previous comments. Okay. Ethan says, dude, I love your videos so much. Heck yeah, thank you, appreciate it. Hashtag what, North Carolina string? All right, looks like we're back, although I can't see myself. Maybe not a problem. Rizzo, playing a wooded course to help me keep the disc straight and out of the woods. Have hit some birdies, hit the chains from tee-offs. Ooh, sweet. So you've been close to an ace already for your first month. That's amazing. I don't think I touched change for 6 months when I started playing. That's awesome. Congrats, man. Todd says, dude, please resume your mod duties ASAP. Fingers are tired. Doc says, a lot of trees. Maybe try more premium discs. Base plastic will beat it fast. That's a good point. And Duja is on the course. Rozoa says, watch all the videos, love them. Awesome. I'm hoping that they're helpful. I know they're not perfect. I don't have tons of instructional videos yet, but I hope they're helpful. Todd says, yeah, I need him to hurry up. I wish that I wasn't a little bit delayed, because it always helps to have you mods running things in the chat and helping me out. But I can also do a few myself. But if I see them pop up in time, but I'm behind. I'm behind. Doc says, I watch all the videos hoping Brent will be on. Hashtag Team Brent. And Team Brent was in the last video, and it was pretty fun. I wish I could have done the whole round, but I had just a crazy busy week. I mean, I had 10 rounds of disc golf to play, plus ace runs. So I was just very busy, all over the place, but I squeezed out the front 9. I think part 2 is even better. So Todd said the last video with Brent and Jake was hilarious. Yeah, I think part 2 is going to be even better. So look forward to that. Doc says Brent is always hilarious. Marleon says, want to play baseball, but it's only boys at my school, and softball is for the girls, so I might just join softball next year for my school. Yeah, I played a little bit of church softball, so not like for my church, it wasn't anything very high level, but it was enjoyable. It was a lot of fun. Had a good time with it, but no baseball really for me, but it's a great sport. It's fun. And we're back to chat lag. Awesome. Doc says baseball is good for forehand throwers in disc golf. Something that I was lacking, as I never got the baseball foundation to get me good at throwing forehands. So my forehand is terrible. Or one of the reasons why. All right. Going to do a very mild troubleshoot here. And I don't know. I don't want to keep complaining, but I'm trying to keep up on the chats, and I'll get like 10 chats all at once because it won't update, and it'll just chunk an update. And it's just annoying. Oh well. Gotta live with it. Can't do anything. So let's see. What else happened this last week? Oh, I threw the furthest I've ever thrown. So previously, my flat distance, personal best distance, has been like 405, like 410 feet, just barely over 400 feet. So I'm playing around in Lansing with Eddie, who I ran into in Charlotte, North Carolina. He said, I'm from Michigan. I said, I'll be in Michigan in a couple weeks. So we met up, got a round in. It was a lot of fun. He filmed my tree kick ace. Anyway, at the end of this round, he says, hey, have you ever thrown a wild honey? So he gives me, see if I can find it here. He gives me this wild honey, and I'm like, I've never thrown one. 12.5, -2.2. I rip this thing, and I just throw an absolute bomb for me. And at the end of his flight, it skips, hits a picnic table, and gets knocked to the ground. And so it didn't even get 100% of its full flight. And I ranged the tree behind it, and I threw 425 feet. And it would have gone a little bit further. So we estimated it was going to be like 430 to 440 feet that I threw. So for me, it was like, wow, that went so far. So he gave me the disc, which was great of him. It was really awesome. So shout out Eddie for both filming my tree kick ace and giving me the wild honey. And then, of course, I came back to Jackson, told this to my buddy Sam, had him throw the disc once, and he threw it 450. The good thing is the disc is great. The bad thing is I don't throw that far compared to people who are better than me. But it was pretty cool. All right. Let's see. We are still lagging. What in the world? Oh well, I guess it's just life. Gonna reload it again, see what happens. Hopefully I can actually respond to some comments. keep like turning the brightness down, hoping that my my computer is just maybe struggling a little bit with the displaying everything. It's not making any difference. It's just a pain. Unfortunately, to get myself the right, instead of being mirrored, but actually being a correct filming, the chat is on the other side of the screen, so I can't see it that way either. So I'm just kind of hoping and waiting for this to update correctly. I probably can't even check the poll. No, can't even check the poll. Man, what is with this? This is brutal. This is just silly. All right, let's see. What else? What else? Oh, I'll give another quick shout out to Brent for getting a win this weekend. Heck yeah. He won at Hornet's Nest. I don't know the layout that was played, but Hornet's Nest is a known like pro level course. It's quite good. There are 2 sets of tee pads, so I'm sure it was a mixed layout, not fully longest for everything, but still tough course. And Brent played 1,000 rated round, maybe 1,003, I think, which is fantastic. Of course, I wasn't there to actually win the tournament, so lucky for him. He didn't have any, he only played against like 40 people. I wasn't there though, so it wasn't a real win. I guess it was pretty good, but it could have been, an actual win if I had been there. But congrats, Brent, for playing really well at Hornet's Nest and taking on that win. That's really awesome. And this is funny. I mean, the worst thing would be if the stream crashed and I didn't even know it. So I'm actually going to check just to make sure that we're still rolling. I'm going to actually check up here. And it looks good. Looks fine to me. Looks like Doc is commenting a lot. All right. Come on. Come on, YouTube. Let me actually see the channel. Let me actually watch my own video. Okay. I think we're good. We have ourselves a 3-way tie. Paul Macbeth, Ricky Wysocki, and Calvin all at 28%. Wow. Okay. Oh, NC Strong. I was confused about the string, but that makes so much more sense. All right, chat is back. Awesome, awesome. Yeah, thanks, Ethan, for that clarifying. Ethan says, Happy Easter. Glad we found your nuke at Birch. Nice meeting you. And thank you so much. That was really nice of you to kind of like put out the feelers and get that disc. Really, really appreciated that. That was really cool. Found both discs, so that was really nice. It's awesome to meet you as well, and I appreciated the help quite a bit, because I did not want to have to pick through the whole course and hope that I found the disc. So a bunch of you guys finding it for me was really awesome. Rizzo says, from Reds, though, no longer than 250. Yeah, definitely a shorter course, but hey, that's great. For your first month, that's awesome. Doc says, get the technique, distance will come. That's true. Todd says, too good for aces. My discs slide up under the basket instead of flying past chain high. That's the reason I don't have any aces. The only reason. It's a totally valid point. That's extremely correct. Yes. I will say I don't have that many first throw aces because it's a different birdie play than it is for an ace run. It's true. It's a different thing. Ethan says, if you like any of the Berg stuff and you haven't tried the range, I highly suggest it. I think I'd thrown a range once or twice, but I just threw, actually, I was just talking about Eddie. I threw his range a few times, really liked it. Just a smooth flyer, touch of understability. Love that disc. Would love to get one for myself. Yeah. Doc says, I just suck. That's why I don't have any aces. Todd says, by the way, that kid Jake in Brad's last video has 10 out of 10 hair. He does. And he's got a great attitude, too. We had a fun time. That was really great. Eric says, they're great. 4 Destroyers, 2022 Sexton Firebird, 2 Johnny McRae stamped discs, a River and a Fuse. That's great. Opto Ice River, Thunderbird, Daedalus, a Bird Crusher Nuke. Really? Discmania Astronaut. Oh my gosh, that's really great. Todd says you can always shut down the live completely and restart fresh. I'm hoping now we're good. But that's true, I could do that. Eric says, keep hearing I need a wild honey myself. I mean, just throwing it once was like crazy. So it's like, yeah, shockingly amazing. Church baseball, no bats made from dogwood. Clash Steady Plastic is so beautiful. Honestly, love a bag of all Clash. Their discs are delicious. Ethan says, let's go. Marleon, I'll train for softball during the summer. Good idea. Clash has good discs. Ever try Excel? I threw one Excel disc. I don't remember what it was, but it was pretty flippy. Rizzo says, I'm happy with my 250. 250 is good. It's just early on. You'll get distance as you go. Doc says, from Finland, nice plastic. I think they're selling them kind of cheap to break in the market, the XL discs. I've almost caught back up, guys. Discount discs, not Divergent. Doc says, hashtag Team Brent. I think Brent went ahead and moved before Brad would try to help him. Don't worry, Brent will use my help with moving. It will definitely happen. Marie says, hi. Hello. Thanks for hopping on and joining. Thomas says, happy Easter, everyone. Happy Easter. Happy Easter as well to know. Thanks for jumping on and hanging out. Happy Easter. Raj says, hey, man, you look like a cartoon. Depending on the cartoon, that's an insult or a compliment. Not sure which one it is, but I'll say thank you. Thank you. Doc says, Eric, hate to see a bro cash out of disc golf, but nice when you can grab deals like that. Yeah, that's really, really nice. It is tough, of course, when someone is quitting the sport or something like that. It's always a bummer, but getting a deal like that many discs for that price, whew, that's fantastic. All right, looks like we have Paul finally establishing a lead at 30% over Ricky and Calvin at 25 and Simon at 20. That's interesting. Simon is very popular. I was wondering if he would sweep the poll on popularity. Todd says, I have a theory that disc golfers are like goldfish. They grow to fit their environment. Playing little courses equals little distance. Play a lot of bigger courses, bigger distance. We adapt. I think there's something to that. But I'll also say I played a lot in Florida, big open courses, and I don't throw that far. I moved to Charlotte and I was like, this is more my speed. I throw accurate shots, more than power. But yeah, there's something to it. If you're not trying to throw 300-foot shots, you're only trying to throw 250s, then when you get to a 300-foot hole, it's a little far. If you're always trying to throw 300, then at some point, hopefully, you'll start throwing 300 because it's where you're aiming at. It's what you're going for. So there's something to that. Doc says, hopefully when Brad cashes out of disc golf, I can make a trip to Charlotte. Never going to happen. I'm going to die a disc golfer. Marleon says, I'm going to ask my uncle to help me train for softball. He's good at baseball, and he played baseball when he was in high school. That's really cool. That's a great idea. I think that it's great to be involved in a sport, to kind of pour yourself into a discipline. And of course, if you have family to kind of help you with it, that's really great. Todd says, Brad, with your weird grip, I think you're maxed out. I fully disagree. I have perfect grip, and I have my mechanics are off. Once I get my timing better, I'll throw pretty far. I mean, I threw the wild honey really far. I think it was a combination of disc and form. Something just kind of was right the way that I threw it. So I think it's coming. It's just going to be a while. It's coming. Doc says, yeah, Todd, maybe that's what happened to Paige Pierce. She was so far ahead, she kind of stagnated. Then Kristen came and just destroyed her. I think that is part of it as well. If your competitive field is at a certain level and you don't have to work hard for it, you can kind of stagnate. Dude just says, on my way home, R.I.P. Sagara. No. Oh, that's a bummer. Threw it too hard, right into trees. Hopefully someone will find it and contact me. Okay, not impossible that it comes back. I hope it does come back. Rest in power, Sagara. Yeah, that's a bummer. Marlianne says, bye and God bless you all. Happy Easter. Have a good one. Thanks for joining us for a little while. And feel free to come back. You're welcome to join us every week, Sunday evening, 6:30 p.m. EST. Next time from Charlotte. Leslie says, do you have Alexa? I do not. I mean, I don't have one set up, but I do have an Echo Dot. Paul says, keep grinding, brother. Been loving the content. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Appreciate you watching. Anything that you guys do to support me is always just wonderful, and I appreciate all of it. Marlene says, okay, joining the next stream. Heck yeah. See you next week. And you'll be able to see my disc golf collection, which is not a massive collection, but it'll be a lot more discs, and the stream makes more sense when I have my backdrop. See you next week. Yeah, good luck with the softball. Hope that really goes well, and keep us updated as we go. Doc says 6:33, you mean? Hopefully not 6:33 once I'm back in the normal swing of things, when I have my schedule back on track. I won't be getting delayed by filming with Brent. Because the Wheel of Misfortune round was what we filmed 2 weeks ago, Sunday afternoon, right before the stream and right before I traveled to Michigan. So my day ended up just being absolutely packed in. So hopefully when I'm back to normal, everything will be good and the stream will be on time again. That's the dream. Todd says, all right, I'm going to stop staring at the course like a weirdo and go play around. Adios, my friends. TTYL. You're not going to give us a live from the course update? That's super lame of you, but okay, I understand. Doc says, we need Todd's live hole-by-hole coverage. And Todd says, we'll see. Heck yeah. Hope the round goes well either way, if you give us a live update or not. But either way, hope it goes well. Enjoy the course. Yeah, just not the shower coverage kid. Firat has joined us. I am unable to read that, but thank you for hopping on and joining us. Appreciate you being here and appreciate your presence in the stream, in the chat. Looks like Paul Macbeth has taken a firm lead, 35%. That's fair. He is the GOAT. He's the modern GOAT. And Doc is replying in kind to Firat, and I can't read anything. Awesome. Doc says, no, that's gibberish. Todd says, that's shower coverage. Shower coverage was a channel highlight for sure, but birdie time on the map. John Doe says, my dog's ring disc skills getting better. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Oh, that's awesome. I love dogs playing with those discs. Javid says, you mix race? Nope. I'm part, I guess I'm a little bit Polish and Irish, but not that big of a percentage. Mostly just white. Doc says, truly did before no one knew what Charlotte was. Yeah, that's exactly right. That one spooky girl says, please can you say hi to my mom? Hi. Polish and Irish. Oh, great. Now Doc knows me better. So I have a little Polish, a little more Irish, and I think just English, really. But that's like 1600s English that came over to the US. And Doc gets out his Irish and Polish jokes. Dude just says, you know how we were talking about West Side Discs last stream? Yes, we were talking about a little bit of West Side. West Side is awesome. They have some good plastic. That VIP plastic feels nice. Dude, found a maiden putter the next day and love it. Heck yeah. That's awesome. Are you throwing it or putting with it? I haven't used a maiden at all to putt with. Ask the owner and let you keep it. Oh, heck yeah. Doc says try a shield. Fatih says, have you ever dreamed of translating the Quran into your own language, becoming a Muslim? I have read the Quran, and I am a Christian. So the Quran is not something that I place my faith in. I have my faith in Christ, and have my English Bible. That's where I have my source of my spiritual beliefs. I have read the Quran, and it's not for me. Sorry. Dude just says, pretty beat in, flips nicely. Both throwing and putting. May replace the P1. Okay. Heck yeah. That is interesting. Yeah, that'd be cool. Eric says, got a West Side Worlds. I've not heard of a Worlds. That's just a disc? There's just a Worlds as a disc? Dude just says both putt and throw, not about becoming a Muslim. Yes, that's what I assumed. That's what I thought you were saying. All right, let's see. Talk about that. Oh, yeah. So, funny story. Ended up hanging out with some friends, and we have, between us, we each have an Xbox One or an Xbox Series X. So we ended up with 3 Xboxes, and we're gonna like hang out and play some video games together. So what do we end up doing? We end up playing the original Star Wars Battlefront 2, the Xbox game, the old Xbox game, and we play split screen on one TV. So we literally have 3 TVs and 3 Xboxes, and we end up all getting on one TV and playing a Galactic Conquest. And it was awesome. It was great. There's just new games struggle so much to have the fun factor. Some games are great, but there are so many games that are just they just don't do a good job of having a play with your buddies and have a blast. They just don't really provide that awesome experience of chill, hang out, eat your pizza, drink your Mountain Dew, and just have a 4-hour gaming session and have a great time. It was a beautiful thing. And it was funny because we kind of prepped to play like, I don't know, Warzone or something on 3 different screens, on 3 different consoles. We ended up just piling onto one split screen and hanging out together. Oh, it was great. It was great. It was awesome. Dude says, got some cash for Easter. Gonna grab the new collab cap wrap. That is how it's done. Yeah, you have to let me know how that flies and describe how it ends up looking because it sounds really cool. Doc says, got an R36 cheap emulator handheld. Loving all the old games. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting thing because there's some old games where it's like, yeah, it's fun, but man, it needs help. Like it was so long ago that it really needs a little bit of a facelift, if that works. And some games stand on their own, but a lot of old games just need to be updated. They need some help. But the new old Star Wars Battlefront 2 was not a good re-release. It was not a good update. So we ended up playing the straight up original one, backwards compatible on the Xbox. And it's just great. It's just great. And yes, we could use a little better graphics. That would be nice. But it was just such a blast. And there's some really old games that are just enjoyable, well-designed, fun games to play, whether by yourself or with friends. I mean, I'll stand by the original N64 Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time forever. It's fantastic. 3D, open kind of map, open world style game. The Z targeting system was revolutionary. Just incredible game. And yes, it can be updated and be better, but it's just the GOAT. It's the GOAT of gaming, in my opinion. Doc says we need a full report on them, dude. Dude, it says, get it to you when I get it. Heck yeah. Doc says they are games from my childhood. They are fine. LOL. Yeah, games from the childhood for you. So what, 80s? 80s-ish, 80s, 90s, maybe some. I mean, sometimes they need a little bit of help. Sometimes they need some help. Sometimes the controls are just janky. Dude, it says getting it because of the Yuli and Waisaki ads. Eric says Nintendo's Choice 10 arcade game with Mike Tyson's Punch-Out was fire. Heck yeah. Chad says, Happy Easter, y'all. Happy Easter. Thanks for hopping on and joining us. What did you do for Easter today? Did you hang out with family? Do anything? Go to church? Anything important? Anything special? Doc says, Mutant League Football. Mutant League Football. That's before my time. I played Road Rash, Sonic on the Sega Genesis, Sonic the Hedgehog, Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Those were pretty good. I've played older games like Space Invaders and Pac-Man and etc. But I don't know. I didn't grow up playing really older games. Johnny with the really important questions here. I've been fortunate to have a bathroom on hand when necessary. Although there is one course in Florida, Sawmill, which does not have an outhouse or a bathroom on it. And so, yeah, that course is a nightmare if you've got to go. Chad says some church and some disc golf. Great day. Heck yeah. That's a fantastic day. I didn't get out on the course today. Went to church with my parents, which is really nice. And then we all went over to my sister's and had dinner. Have my sister has 4 kids, so nieces and nephews. So it was really nice. But I played yesterday and the day before and the day before. I played a lot last week. So I was able to take a day off and not cry about it. But I'm glad you got out there. Noah says, Happy Easter, brother. Thanks for hopping on and joining us. Happy Easter. Julia says, your eyes are so blue. They're really pretty. Thank you. They're very blue for sure. Yep. Main color is blue. Doc says, I mean, growing up, I lost so many wives and kids on the Oregon Trail, but making it down the river with a few bucks left made it all worth it. Hopefully that was the video game you played, Doc. Chaz says, heck yeah, sounds awesome. He is risen. He is risen indeed. It's such a wonderful day to celebrate, to remember. And between Good Friday and Easter Sunday, it's just a couple of days, but man, what a difference. Elrash says, so handsome. Thank you. Appreciate it. It's the beard. It's just the beard. Shave this, I look like I'm 20. Doc says, yeah, let's say it was a video game. Way back on the Oregon Trail for Doc. Long time ago, but he made it, and now he's here with us. Yeah, I got in, I think, 10 rounds of disc golf last week up in Michigan. So it was a busy, active week for me. It was all good. It was all fun. But I'm a little sore. I'm a little tired out. So it was a lot of disc golf, but it was worth it. It was great. Got a lot of good shots filmed. Got a lot of ace runs filmed, and a full round that'll come in the next 2 weeks. I think I've got to finish up the part 2 of the Wheel of Misfortune round that I filmed with Brent and Jake, which was very fun. And actually, the next round after that will have a similar vibe to it, of having unique shots and challenges for each of us. But it won't be quite the same. I think it's a nice little change as well. Cash Bandit says, yo, I swear you're a Delta Force operator. I'll take that as a compliment. But I have no Delta Force skills. I have no military skills. So I have to be fully honest. That's definitely not me, but I appreciate the compliment. I'll take it. The editor says Ed Sheeran. I get an Ed Sheeran comment every week, or a few comments every week. But I mean, I get it. I have a little bit of red going on. Marie says hi. Welcome back, Marie. Thanks for hopping on again to the chat. Hope you're doing well and happy Easter. Duja says you should try that Ripped Revenge game sometime. And somehow, Duja, we are on the same wavelength. I don't know how it is. That's literally what we did for the last round. We played Ripped Revenge and filmed it. So I don't know how he does it. Duja just knows. He knows what's up. That's good. I'm trying to keep it like a mild secret here. And Duja's like, hey, play Ripped Revenge. And I'm like, well, you got it. The editor says, no, I'm kidding. Have a great day. Yeah. I know I don't actually look like Ed Sheeran, but a little bit of red in there. I get an Ed Sheeran reference every once in a while. Ed Sheeran just wants to pretend to be a normal disc golfer. Let him have this. I have none of the musical talent. I'll be perfectly upfront. Dude says, little do we know I'm Brad's alter ego. Don't you hear me typing? Dude is made up. Dude is a fanciful, made up persona. It's just me typing in the background and pretending to answer my own questions. That would be so difficult to do. I would not be able to handle that. Eric says, feels like I could get an ad break for Scottish weed and lawn seed. Good night. Z Gamer says, how are you? Doing great. Having a good day. Having a good Easter. Happy Easter to you as well, editor. I missed that comment. Oh, gosh. Z Gamer says, I'm from the province from Cordoba, La Calera. Interesting. I am from Charlotte, North Carolina, and currently in Michigan. Marie, we try to keep things pretty family friendly here. So I will ignore that question, unfortunately. Dujit, what do we think about Gannon's 1096 course record round? He's just too good. Yeah, Doc said amazed and jealous. That's about right. He's insane. It's good to see him playing really well too, because he ended the year so strongly last season and started out for him mediocre this year. So it's good to see him absolutely throwing down a fire round. It's really, really great because in disc golf, we need the best of the best. And Gannon is the best of the best, and we want him playing at his top. So it's really good to see that. Also, he's just so crazy good. Z-Gamer says, my name is Claudio, 23 years old. Well, welcome to the stream, Claudio. Appreciate you being here. My name is Brad, and I'm 29 years old. Eric says, waffles or pancakes? Great question. I think it depends on what toppings you have. If they're kind of plain and you just have syrup, I go with pancakes, especially if you have like butter and syrup. But if you have like fruits and whipped cream, then waffles go really well with it. Also, I like making pancakes. They're easier to make. For me, I don't have a waffle maker thing. So I lean pancakes. By the way, best way to make pancakes, don't be deceived by the people who say you have to have healthy pancakes and put blueberries or heaven forbid broccoli in your pancakes. Yes, a buddy of mine had to eat those growing up. Don't be deceived by these people who want to convince you that pancakes are better off with healthy things in them. No. Buy yourself a bag of semi-sweet, dark chocolate, milk chocolate, white chocolate or vanilla or whatever, and butterscotch and peanut butter chips. Have them all lined up and say, what do I want in this pancake? Pick your chips, throw them into the pancake, and love your life. All right. If you want to have strawberries with your pancakes, go for it. If you want to have blueberries, whatever it is with your pancakes, please enjoy yourself. But don't be lied to by people who say you have to eat healthy stuff with your pancakes. No. You can have a bunch of chocolate if you want to. They're better that way. Issue with Gannon, he seems to think anyone can do what he does with a little practice. I disagree. Doc disagrees. I think you have a point that, yes, a lot of what he can do is is his own height and athleticism and capabilities. But if using the right mechanics, I think a lot of people could. There are a lot of physically capable people in the world who could match what Ganon's doing if they had the right technique. But knowing the technique is very difficult, and that's one thing Ganon's very good at, is analyzing and discovering throwing form and understanding it and being able to execute that. And that's something that's hard for most people, including me. Doc says pancakes, though I do love me a Waffle House. Z-Gamer says, I don't speak much English. Poco inglés, no sé mucho. No te preocupas. It's all good, man. No worries. Dude, I've also become even more of a fan of Ganon through Alden's vlogs. He's a vibe. Alden's vlogs are pretty fun. They're all fun. They're having a good time, hanging out together, having a blast. It's great. So I know what you mean. They do some funny skits and just kind of hang out and joke around with each other, and it's awesome. Yeah. Doc says, "Mi español poco. I know baño and enough to get beat up." All right, but at least you can find the bathroom. Dude just says 70% pancakes, 30% waffle. Interesting. Z-Gamer says, "Don't speak much English. No habla mucho inglés." That is not a problem, man. No worries. Don't worry about it. Any Caro syrup fans? I don't know what that is. Dude also developed a progress plan for myself this summer. Gonna play at least 9 holes and do 70 to 100 putts every day this summer. Heck yeah, man. You are going to skyrocket up. And, oh, here we go. And next year at Idlewild, I'll do the amateur qualifier. Yes. Heck yeah, man. Good luck in that. That's going to be really, really cool to see. Obviously, keep us updated on your progress. That's going to be really awesome. Doc says, dude, just be aware any pains. Be careful. Yep, don't overdo certain things. Had some trouble with those before, so know when to tone it down. Good. That's really good. Eric says, scattered, smothered, and covered Waffle House. Nothing but nice says, bro, looks like he needs another cheeseburger and a Diet Coke. I'm not really a fan of Diet Coke, and cheeseburgers are fine, but I prefer Taco Bell. Got to get myself another beefy 5-layer burrito. That's what I need. Doc says, sorry if I went all old man on you, but I know it's how it is having messed up body parts. Dude says, the funniest one was when Ezra was a fake mechanic on Ganon's toy car in an actual shop. Yeah, that was really funny. Isaac was hilarious in that one. Ganon was funny, joking about Zero-Time Worlds winner Ganon. Oh, it's good stuff. It's good. I watched the one in the boat with all the peaches, the Peach Pirate one. That was pretty great. Pretty funny stuff. Pretty funny stuff. Okay, wow. Paul Macbeth is taking a significant lead here, 39%. Calvin with 26%. And Simon at 19. And as much as Todd tried, Ricky is only 16% here. Wow. Judith says also 2 aces in 1 week. Leave some for the rest of us. Yeah, I was pretty happy about it. The tree kick ace was insane. Just unbelievable. It's funny because like a couple weeks ago, I was even watching tree kick aces and thinking like, I wonder if I'll ever get a tree kick ace. Like I haven't gotten one. I've gotten a lot of aces, but never a tree kick. I've thrown in for eagle with a tree kick, but never a tree kick ace. And like within a week, I got one on camera. Like that's the craziest thing is the fact that Eddie was like, let me film this just in case you ace. And then I kicked it in off the tree and aced it. And he caught it on camera. That was amazing. That was like just incredible timing. No one here today says, are you sitting or standing? I am sitting down. I guess you can't really see, but this is a doorknob. So I would be on my knees if I wasn't in a chair. Doc says young folks try finding in the bag in a van was Paige, Bobby, and Robert when at Trilogy. Interesting. I know that Simon did a little bit of touring with a couple of others, including Paige, and they were doing some trick shots back in the day. Diana says hello. Thanks for hopping on and joining us. Happy Easter. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you got to spend some time with family. Maybe got to go to church. Happy Easter. Jaden says need an Anthony Barella option. Yeah, unfortunately, I could only do 4, and I went with 4 that I thought would be popular choices and have played for a while. So I didn't put Gannon, I didn't put AB in there because they haven't been as big of names for as long. And I could have put other ones too, but I thought they were good choices. But totally fair. Anthony Barella could easily be number 5 or number 6, along with Gannon in the poll choice. But I could only choose 4. But fair enough. Paul Macbeth is the GOAT, though. Yeah. Yep, that's totally fair. He definitely is. I'm not surprised at all that he is, leading so much in the poll. Not surprised at all. Eric says ace upside down on a roller coaster was sick for a trick shot. That's insane. Doc says, is them pouring out Robert's bag in the back of a van while driving. It's priceless. I should watch that, but haven't seen it. Doc says, also, if bored, try finding the old Santa Cruzmas videos. There we go. Good suggestions. Excuse me. So I did look at some Michigan tournaments. I didn't actually end up signing up for any tournaments in Michigan. Part of it was just the weekends filled up so quickly for me, trying to see as many friends and family as I could. So I definitely wasn't able to actually fit in everything that I wanted to do. And so tournaments were kind of like the first thing to get pushed to the side because I could just play a round of disc golf at any time, but playing a tournament would have to be paying for it, traveling to it, and playing it on schedule. So I wasn't able to, unfortunately. That was a little bit sad. But I wish that I could have played tournaments while I was up here. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. Talk says eagle throwing a watermelon almost through the RV window. Good night. Dude just says Simon's vlogs just don't have the same vibes as Alden's. Yeah, I definitely enjoy watching Simon's content. I think he's fun, for sure. But with Alden, you've just got the bros together. You've got the group. It's hard to beat that. It's such a good vibe. It's just so fun. Nova says, Happy Easter. Happy Easter. Thanks for hopping on and joining us. Hope your Easter is good. Has been good so far. Maybe some time with family. Maybe able to go to church. Hope it's going well. Marleon's back. Hey, welcome back. Welcome back. Thanks for joining us again. The best stream. No, I'm just kidding. Having a good time and glad you're here with us. It's been fun. Doc says, by the way, new disc golf rule. Post when a tournament is coming up for a course. Nothing like getting to a course and they're doing a tournament. That is unfortunate. Yeah, that'd be a big pain. I haven't experienced that. We did go to play a round and there was a league going on, which it's available in UDisc. We could have seen it, but we didn't notice. So we show up and it's like 40 people under the pavilion and the league was starting in like 2 minutes. We're like, let's play a different course. We were going to film anyway, so we were out of there. But Jason says, Ed Sheeran, is that you? Is not Ed Sheeran. No musical talent. Sorry. Little bit of red though. But yeah, when the course is just overwhelmed, it's just like, man, or if it's closed, of course, that sucks. But yeah, it used to be a little bit better, Doc. It used to be that that UDisc would have all the tournaments, but now you have to go to Disc Golf Scene to see what the tournaments are. So it's harder to get it linked to the specific area, to the specific course, and know that it's open or not. Eric says, made it on Simon's vlog at Olympus. He was signing my discs at like 11 something minutes in. Heck yeah, dude. I'm going to have to look that up. I'm going to have to make sure I watch that after this. 11 minutes, around 11 minutes in. Heck yeah, dude. That's awesome. Congrats. That's really cool. That's really cool. Dujit tried that Hold My Bag Fantasy and currently like 20th out of 2,200. Holy cow. Heck yeah, dude. Congrats. That's awesome. Is that totally free, or are there any prizes for that? Doc says, Jason, he's undercover. Catalyst says, are you a wrestler? No, I'm not a wrestler, although I did get, guys, what was his name? Somebody Brian, who has longer hair but a similar beard, who's WWE. I did get that earlier. But of course, not a wrestler. I just don't have it. Don't have it. Trolley McTrollerson says, does the paparazzi follow your mustache for being so awesome? From Trolley McTrollerson, I love it. No paparazzi. No, but I'll take it as a mild compliment. I do think the mustache needs to be trimmed a little bit. Actually, left the beard trimming stuff back in Charlotte, and it's been 2 weeks. So, haven't been able to kind of trim things up and keep it neat. Don't hate it, but it's a little bit more than I like to keep it at. Doc says, why I like the new job, I can play through the week now. Yeah, dude, that's how it's done. Being able to play in the week, that's great. Only playing weekends, that's brutal. Like, it's great, and of course you're able to, but when everybody's out there on the course, it's just tough. It's just tough. I'm lucky that I'm able to get out during the week because I can get my filming in without having 1,000 people on the course. Dude just says, I think I somehow picked Gannon and Ezra Aderhold, and Ezra is popping off. Heck yeah. I wish, dude, UDisc had more tournament posts. Yeah, same. Yep. Doc says, Eric, was Simon who you bought the discs from? That would have been sweet. Crown says, hi. Thanks for hopping on and joining us. Happy Easter. Glad you're here, hanging out with us in the chat. Hope you had a good day with family. Dude, gonna try my hardest to get Gannon to sign a Cloudbreaker for me when I eventually go to a Pro Tour event. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Yeah, let's see. I got Gannon's signature. He's pretty cool. He'll chat for a second, and he'll probably have a long line signing discs, but Ricky and Paul will have the longest lines. And Simon's line is huge. Dude says, yeah, it's free. Prizes are OTB vouchers for top 3. Nice, not bad. The Bros says, hi. What's up, bros? Thanks for hopping on and joining us. Happy Easter. Brent is back. All right. Brent says, how many 1,000 rated rounds have you thrown, Brad? I was counting. I think it's 5. No, I think it's 4. I think it's 4 because I did my best rounds of 2024 recap, and I think it was 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, and then like 998. So I think it's 4. Haven't put any 1,000 rated rounds up yet this year, but I'm loading. They're on the way. They're coming soon. Doc says, yeah, right now 3 big courses are down to 1 thanks to the big storms. That's brutal. That's brutal. Catalyst says, darts, bowling, and golf are all the same type of sport. I mean, in the sense that they're all about accuracy, sure, but you could put archery, shooting, I mean, heck, even basketball you could put in that category of, it's all about hitting that spot accurately. But of course, there's so much variety in those sports. Basketball is not a solo sport. That's a big difference. That's fair. But there's a lot of difference in the level of physicality. Pool and darts have a very different level of physicality than throwing a disc 500 feet. So or 700 feet or whatever Garrett Gurthie decides he's doing this weekend. So the physicality in disc golf is at a much higher level than it is for darts or for pool or for any of those kind of limited mobility, limited physicality sports. So there's a big difference. Even golf, people hit the ball and then drive a cart all over the place. You're actually not allowed to drive a golf cart in a PDGA sanctioned tournament. I don't know if any of you knew that, but you're not allowed to like get a ride in someone's car or ride on a cart if you're competing in a tournament until you've submitted your score. And then after that, you're allowed to use a vehicle. But it's considered cheating because it helps you get around the course. Marlene Mars. At first, when I see those weird chain things at a park, some people go there to play disc golf. Always like the sound of the chains. Yeah, heck yeah. And a lot of disc golf courses are free to play at local parks as well. It's a great family event. It's really cool to see people go out with their kids. It's really great. And when you throw a disc and you see it hit the chains and you hear the sound, it's even better. Doc says, yeah, dude, you did a lot of damage near me, but luckily not where I live. That's good. Eric says he did not buy the discs from Simon. Did trade his Skywalker with Casey White, though, for another because he didn't have my stamp anymore. Very interesting. Doc says, Brent, he's mentioned the back a few times. Be ready. Yeah, Dude says, thankfully you're fine, though, Doc. Yeah, we're happy you're good. The Bro says, who's your favorite disc golf player? I would pick Calvin Heimberg because he's one of the most talented and he's a funny person. And I really appreciate that. So I watched him on a couple of skins matches 2 years ago, including the big money skins when it was GK Pro. And I was just like, he's my favorite disc golfer now. Like he's so funny. He's just sarcastic. And it's interesting when he's competing, it's all game face. Like he's just locked in unless he aces or throws in for eagle. And he's thrilled for like 6 seconds and then it's back to game face. But it's definitely Calvin. I love the dual talent and personality with it. And I feel like some of the others, like Paul and Ricky, are also incredibly talented, but I don't quite have the same love for their personality that I do for Calvin. So that's my pick. Brent says, I mean, I had the 2 in the last couple of months and about to make it 6 after my 4 straight rounds at Wing It. Nice. So I'll have more by the end of May than you have in your career. Boom. I have to trash talk that trash. It's been too long. Well, I also saw the last time that you played Wing It, and you were not on your way to any 1,000 rated rounds. So you might be stuck at 2 at the end of May. Or by the end of May. Dude just says, generally think I go through cycles of being good. I had that one bad round before my last stream, went back to 2 980 rated rounds in a row. Just had another bad round. I'm definitely at a point where I'm like, sometimes I'm playing great, and then I've had a stretch of competing poorly this year, but I'll play great blind rounds or practice rounds. I'll play like excellent golf, and then it seems like I go back to a tournament, and it doesn't matter if I practiced or not. I play below what I should, but it's fine. It will only last for so long. I actually had a cool win against a couple buddies who play as a doubles team, and we tied, and I won the playoff with a clutch windy putt on the playoff hole, which was pretty fun. So I feel like in a lot of ways, I'm feeling like I'm back to my normal putting. And once I get back to Charlotte and the weather is actually warm and not crazy windy, I think I'm ready to take down a win. Doc says, yeah, Brent, when you listen back, you hear him talk about your win. It's true. I was talking up Brent. I was like, Brent's so good, he won. It's really like, congrats to him. He's really awesome. Like he deserved it. And then he hops on and starts making fun of me. How rude. Dude just says, I think it's just on stream days. Seems like a lot of pros have that issue. It happens. So you can't roast him back, Brent. Doc says, yeah, that's why he's Team Brent. Maths Debater says, yo, what's up, man? Thanks for hopping on. Happy Easter. My older brother is a math teacher, so Just random connection to your name. Doc says, yeah, you hit great, then you overthink it, try to do it again and mess up. Brent says, we need a birdie time tournament you host, Brad, as a fundraiser for the season. I do need a birdie time tournament. I need a fundraiser for Worlds because that's going to be expensive. Dude, just on board for that. I would love to. That would be really great. You're really great. Math says, Happy Gilmore, the GOAT golfer. Yeah, we need a Happy Gilmore disc golfer. That's what we need. Just having rollers through the woods and stuff like that. That'd be great. Hit some guy who's like on a walking path, or like hits off his shoe and stands up and rolls back in bounds in the circle. That'd be awesome. Ahmed says, name 2 chess grandmasters. Magnus Carlsen. That's all I got. 1 out of 2. My buddy Sam would know. He'd start listing them off. He plays a lot of chess. Doc says, wait, you have to host Brad, so that's what happens to the last place person. I don't know if that's an insult or not. Hey, Justin's here. He says, well, I'm here. Completely forgot about your live. Man's Justin's out there enjoying Easter with family. So shameful. No, it's no problem. And shout out, I already said it earlier, but shout out again, Justin and Luke played 4 rounds of disc golf last Monday, and it was so much fun. So much fun. Had a great time. Got an ace on camera. Got Taco Bell. Filmed around. It was a blast. Marley on Mars says, question, what is disc golf? What is disc golf called disc golf when they could have named it a different name? It's called disc golf because you use a disc and you play by similar rules of golf. They could have called it a different name if they wanted it to be less obvious what you actually do when you play disc golf. That's about right. Dude just says, if he does, I'll personally hand him my proxy. It'll be worth something one day. I need a proxy. Brent says, listen, I got 3rd after I had my worst wing it round ever. You played okay. Clutched up in the 2nd round. That is true. You played better. Doc says, Brent, he doesn't know you hang back to let him keep up with you. Doc never hangs back. Brent never hangs back. He beats me all the time. PDK says, this randomly popped up while scrolling. Who are you? And here we go. He's Ed Sheeran. Number 1 soup fan. Disc golfer. Yeah. I'm just Bradley Hendrick. Birdie Time Disc Golf. I'm an upper level amateur. I'm moving to the MPO division after I play U.S. Amateurs and Amateur Worlds this year. Claim to fame is I played on a lead card with Paul Ulibarri and beat him in the Charlotte Roar Open. But other than that, I haven't been like at the level of the Pro Tour. I'm definitely below that level, less talented. But yeah, I guess that's about it. That's who I am. I have an MA1 A-tier win in Florida, the Chainhawk Open. That is my other claim to fame, I guess. Eric says, Trash Panda's Canyon is a really great disc. Did their Earth Day bingo. Brent says, listen, you can do the fundraiser. I'll sign up. You only need 1. I mean, it'll be nice. I'll talk to Nolan, see if we can do a fundraiser tournament. I don't know if I can run a tournament myself. I don't have any experience yet. Not yet. Doc has tried the canyon. Dude, it says that's basically Ganon with the Rocket to Fame part. Doc says 1 can of soup for mulligans if we send Brad off with 3,000 cans of soup. That's good. Hey, that'll get me for a long time. I won't have to buy my groceries, and that'll slowly save up money for Worlds. So I would take that. Dame says, OMG, look behind you. Yeah, it's a keystone and a door. Justin said, yeah, it was a blast. Dude is like, it's a keystone. Brent says, what about dubs? Of course, we still have USA DGC. I was just talking about my personal path towards MPO, not our path towards MPO. Brent feels so left out so quickly. PDK says, Bradley Hendrick, nice to meet you. I'll sub and hopefully you entertain me. Maybe we'll cross paths on the course one day. I hope so, man. That'd be really cool. I play a lot in Charlotte. So if you do any sort of traveling, especially for the pros, the Tour Series Championship and Winthrop, how am I not remembering what USDGC is called, will be around Charlotte. So maybe you'll run into me at one of those events or at a Charlotte course at some point. But yeah, thanks for swinging by and hopping on for a second. Princess Betrayal. Doc says, Brent, I'm a mod on Tour Life. Remind me when he wins and get on Tour Life to shout out his win against Yuli. Oh, that'd be super cool. That'd be super cool. That's really cool. Dude just says, just put something up on UDisc and have them give entry in person. No need for a player's pack. Maybe have a custom stamp disc for winners. Ooh, yeah. That'd be super cool. Brent says, I mean, you have to wait longer if we do dubs. Yes, just a month or two. Paul says, hey, I was wondering if you prefer understable or overstable drivers and which disc is your favorite of each. I lean understable. I like a nice turnover shot. I bag stable and flippy and overstable mids and drivers. But the Soul is my favorite flippy mid. I have a couple flippy drivers like this Vapor Enigma. Let me see. Right now, my Brave is like my gentle turnover disc that I absolutely love to throw shots with. And it flies really, really well for me. So yeah, I lean towards the understable for sure. But I have a Shrike. I have a flippier Enigma in the bag. I have a Dynasty that's really beaten in. So I like the turnover shot. Doc says, it's nice of you to partner with him, Brent. Doc won't win. Brent and I have a decent chance of going. Brent and I have a decent chance of going top 5 at USA DGC. I'll say that right now. Right now, Brent and I have a decent shot of going top 5 at USA DGC. 100%. I like our chances. We're going to dominate. We have to qualify first, but we're going to do it. Once my doubles partner doesn't have a broken foot from kicking a tree too hard, we're going to dominate. Yeah, dude, I'll definitely try to do some type of something without a player's pack, but something to do like a little fundraiser. But eventually, birdie time tournaments will happen. Justin says you're only 2 hours away. You can just come back tomorrow and do it all over again. That would be great. I wish I had. I technically have the time, but I wish that I actually had the time to make that happen again. But got family, got friends here. I wish I could do it. I wish I had more time. PDK says, Happy Easter for all family. Happy Easter. Happy Easter. Hope you had a good day yourself with family. Marley and Mar says, another question. What name should I call you? You can just call me Brad. Brad is good. Or Bradley. Or Birdie with an H. Or I don't really care. Doesn't matter. As long as it's family friendly. Dude just says, for me, it's a 175 gram destroyer that I somehow throw 400 on hyzer. Woo! Yeah, that's a good shot. Oh, and I missed. Okay, hopefully my chat's not lagging out. I missed your. Does anyone have that one disc that should not fly as far as it does? Question. And for you, it's the destroyer. And I don't know why I missed that. Doc says the Yakun shoe flies low and far. Brent says he likes his 175 gram destroyer if he's healthy. Doc says, well, you know his back is hurting. Well, for me, apparently, it's the wild honey. Brent, you missed this. I was at Renegade's Trail, the number 2 course in Michigan, with Eddie, and he's like, have you ever thrown a wild honey? Gives me this 12 speed, 12.5, negative 2.2, and I rip it, and I absolutely bomb this. For me, skipped, hit a picnic table, and got knocked to the ground 425 feet away. And we're estimating it would have gone 430 to 440 feet. So like easily 30 feet further than my furthest so far. And it just like ripped out of the hand. So he gave it to me. So I have this wild honey now. So Brent, you might actually see me throw far at some point. Not just accurate and turnover shots. But that was pretty cool. That was a cool little experience. So that's my answer, Duja, is that wild honey is my like, wow, I threw that way further. Justin says you have a misshapen head. I mean, what is a head that's actually shaped the right way? Wouldn't most people have misshapen heads? Like, we're all just a little bit off of what a head is supposed to be shaped like. Yeah, Brent, don't kick any trees. Get yourself healthy for once. Dude, just gonna have to try out the shoe. Doc says, dude, it took them all out and just found the disc that made the magic happen. 8? You have 8 of one disc? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I think I have 8 Enigmas, so that's fair. Basically a collector. Eric says, Mamba is sneaky distance. Mamba or Sidewinder? Yeah. They go forever. I would say the Mamba is, yeah, it's almost too flippy, but I have thrown an accidental roller that went really far with a Mamba, like 440. It's hard to actually control the flight. It's so flippy. Or a sail. Brent says, lies. No way this guy threw over 4,000. Brent doesn't. Brent is not good with the spelling today. He's not double checking what he's typing. Doc says, Brent, do you have a rangefinder? Custom Tailored says, hi, hello, happy Easter. Thanks for hopping on and joining us. Brent says, I will make sure he isn't a liar. Dude just says, does the wild honey flip at all or just straight to hyzer? I got a little bit of turn to it with the way I throw. I didn't really like do a massive sweeping turnover. It was just a laser that just drifted a little bit right, kind of like my Brave, but 80 feet further than my Brave goes, basically. And so I only drifted maybe 20 feet right and then swung back at the end. But my buddy Sam, I handed it over to him yesterday and I said, I threw the furthest I've ever thrown with this on my first throw. Give it a rip. He throws at 450. It goes far. It just goes far. I don't know what it is. I don't think it's lightweight. It just rips. It's great. Justin's like, oh, different Justin. I'm like, I didn't say that. Yeah, I should have said it was a different Justin. I noticed because he wasn't mod and a different profile picture. But I didn't mean to not clarify that it was a different Justin. Talking about my head being shaped funny. I like how he's like, hey, your head's shaped weird. When like literally my eyes don't line up with each other. If you look at my ears and my eyes, they're all off. And he's like, oh, your head's shaped funny. Laziest insult ever. Princess, I can make that Shrike go zoom. Yep, you can, for sure. Beauty lays in imperfection. Sometimes that's very true. Sometimes it's symmetry. Marlene Mars says, did you know that 852HC can make your brain clear? Helps me when I'm stressed. Don't know what that is. Am not aware of that. But okay. Dude says that's actually true. Helps me sometimes. To do some research. Doc says, Brent, tell him every load he moves for you, add 10 feet, might get him to 400. Brent says, let me throw it. Maybe I'll hit 550. Brent, I'm sure you'll hit 475 with it. It bombs. It bombs. Dude, also a difference between 168 and 178 grams make a decent distance difference. I think it can make a difference as long as you have a good form for sure and are throwing in the same. I think it can throw further with the lightweight. But of course, if it's too lightweight, too flippy, too uncontrollable, whatever can happen. Justin says laziest insult ever. Pager, thanks for hopping on. Happy Easter. Says 2 of my best friends are type 1 diabetic, and one of them would be dead if it wasn't for Jesus. I'm glad that they're alive. Diabetes is tough. It's not like the worst thing in the world, but it can be a dangerous thing for sure. If your blood sugar is way too high. Dude says also with the head shape thing, if I ever see you in person, I've got some of the larger ears you've ever seen. That's great. Well, hey, if I hear somebody say birdie time and I like turn around and I see big ears, I'll be like, dude, is that you? I'll just take a guess. Doc says, well, it's trying to make you feel better, but heck with it, symmetry guy, lol. Yeah, sometimes it's symmetry. That's all right. That's all right. The jam and cheese, it's a weird combo. The jam and cheese says, do you like Fortnite? That is actually a slightly complicated question. I played a lot of Fortnite when it was new. I felt like it was a creative, enjoyable game. And I feel like lately it's gotten really, really spammy. Just with the like baseball bats and sliding and mantling. It's like an improvement because you can climb on things, and it was a pain to have to build everywhere. And now, I don't know. I just feel like they added so many little things that it just kind of gets to be irritating. And they're always doing a new crossover thing. They're always retiring a gun and making a new gun. And it's like, I don't know. But I like playing with my friends. If I've got a group together, it's a fun time. I will never just play Fortnite by myself. I have no interest in doing that. I would rather play a game that has a story or something where I can accomplish or achieve or make progress toward. Solo queuing Fortnite will never, ever interest me. But playing with a few buddies, it's a great time. So the answer is kind of. Kind of. I miss OG Fortnite, where you won a game and you felt like you really earned it. Now a win is kind of like, oh, there weren't any other good squads out there. That's just me. And Brent says, Doc, I think if he starts at 100, he could throw 400. Symmetry guy, new nickname. Throw 403 throws. Oh, Pager, she was too low. Okay, so wow, that's brutal to try to deal with too, being really low blood sugar. Yeah. Glad she's okay. Dude used to be crazy at Fortnite, was unreal at one point. Jam and Cheese says facts. Yeah, it's complicated. It can be fun, but it can be so irritating. It can be so irritating. Dude says, but yeah, too much now. Yeah, I feel like a lot of players who played early don't like it anymore. Just because, I don't know. I said my piece. It feels kind of spammy. Brent says, when is USADGC? I think it's end of October, or first week of November. I can't remember, but I think it's October, actually. I think it's October, because I was looking at Worlds, which is August, and I was thinking, oh, it's only a month and a half to USADGC, so I think it's October. I'm pretty sure. Doc says, now I want to try a cheese sandwich with grape jelly on it. LOL, thanks, Jam and Cheese, for the inspiration. Pager says 32 is her lowest and highest is 600. Wow, those are definitely a little bit scary numbers. Berean 1976 says, happy Resurrection Sunday, brother. Happy Resurrection Sunday. Happy Easter. Glad that you're able to hop on and join us. Really appreciate it. I was very lucky this morning and happy I was able to go to my dad's church. He's the pastor, and I've only recently only been able to attend his church service once or twice a year. So it was really nice to be able to see him preach and be there, and it was great. It was a good way to celebrate Easter and enjoy that. Uh, Brent says not dub, the one in June. So the one in June, you goob. So U.S. Amateurs isn't USA DGC, but U.S. Amateurs is the first weekend in June, and I think the Charlotte Amateur Championship is the second weekend in June, I believe. So yeah, it's first, and second. U.S. Ams, yeah, not USA DGC. USA is U.S. Amateur Doubles. I think. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll admit right now I might be wrong. I'll just say that I might be wrong. I don't know anymore. Brent's probably just gonna correct me. Darbo says you would look better and 10 years younger without the beard or just without the mustache. Totally on your side about Fortnite. Uh, I do look about 7, 8 years younger without the beard and mustache. It's true. Clean shaven. I look about 23. And I think with the beard and everything, I look about 30-ish. I don't know about better personally. But I will say it's been a few weeks since I've done any trimming. So this is a little bit extra wild growing because I'm out of town. I'm out of state traveling to visit family and friends, and I'm just not doing any upkeep. Same thing with the hair. I normally would get it cut probably last week. I would have gotten it cut. So it's a little bit longer. Everything's just a little bit extra wild at the moment, but that's just how it is. I'll get it trimmed up, look a little bit younger. Dugit says that doubles was October 10th through 13th last year. Okay, so yeah, early to mid-October. Dugit says church is having some painting and renovations done, so had mass in the school gym. All right. That's all right. That's all right. There's been a lot. I mean, it's so common for churches to use schools for church in times in transition, or while they're building a building, or whatever happens all the time. So that happens. It's tough for an Easter service, but that's cool. Dude just says, Doc, let's do USDGC dubs and we'll beat Brad and Brent. Brent says, you are wrong. I have attended the one in Michigan before. It is USA DGC. Doc says, no way we could have beaten Brent even with his handicap. I mean, Brad. That's good. Doc says, oh, Dugit, Sunday shoes on the floor, did they at least cover it in plastic? It's more of a rubber floor than wood, apparently. The more we know. Brent says, I appreciate it, Doc. I mean, I did shoot 1,003 yesterday. Yeah, barely 1,000 rated. Like, does it even really qualify as 1,000 rated if it's like 3 points over 1,000? I don't know. Doc says, that's good. Dude says, I'll carry us after the summer. Don't worry, Doc. Doc, Dude is on his way up. You better sign on as that Dubs partner right now. You better lock that in. Chance of a lifetime. Pedro says, hi, hello. Doc says, 1,003 and 800-ish makes a nice 900 Brad, so not too bad. Doc says, maybe I can talk Brody into a wig and playing with you as me. Brent says, listen, Brody has played like a 60-year-old in his last couple of videos. He does seem a little stiff these days. He seems to be a little stiff. Dude just says, I don't want to get embarrassed by Brody. Maybe taught us a good middle ground. Jeffrey says, happy Easter. Happy Easter. Hope you got to enjoy time at church today, maybe time with family. It's a good day for it. Pedro says, any advice for me? I like my best friend's brother, and he knows we talk a lot and play Black Ops 6 together. He likes my sister. My advice is to really lean into the Black Ops 6. So just focus on the gaming and worry about relationships later. It's probably bad advice, but I don't have any good advice. I don't have anything funny to say or anything insightful. Here's my advice. When it comes to relationships, sometimes it's good to hesitate a little bit to dive right into something and just enjoy time as friends. A relationship that begins as a friendship can be more established in longevity because of deeper connections before romance is formed. That's my advice. Uh, yeah, Gabe, I saw the message that you put up. Sorry for not reading it and giving you and reading a disc giveaway message for you. My bad. Outdoor Warrior says, how many aces this year? Well, I got 2 last week, which really helped me up my numbers. I think I'm at 5 this year. Uh, Charlotte, 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 Michigan, Michigan. Yeah, I think. Oh, another one, Charlotte. 6. I have 6 this year. Yep, 6 aces this year. Only one of them was my first shot ace. So real aces, just one, but 5 others that I aced. Yeah, good question. Doc says, Pager, help your sister get a boyfriend. Maybe he'll settle for you. Gosh. Better advice. Darbo says, wish you a good night. 325 here. Stay so kind. Trim your ends and sides. You look like a handsome guy right of the books. Enjoy your time and have a good life. Thank you. I do need to get everything trimmed up. Like I said, uh, just let it grow for a couple weeks. Need to get it trimmed up, so fair enough. Pager says, bruh, he's 15, I'm 12. So you got plenty of time. Don't rush into things. Don't rush. I didn't date till I was 16, and I was kind of happy. Kind of happy that I didn't really have messy relationships before that. Doc says, wait till college, 18 and 21, not so different. Doc says, well, that's as far as advice from Girl Meets World that I have. Sorry. Darbo, see you. Thanks for wrapping on. Happy Easter. I guess if it's after midnight, maybe it was Easter, but thanks for joining us for a bit. Dude just says, I watched all of Boy Meets World, Doc. LOL. Boy Meets World was the bomb. Checking back in with the poll. I mean, Paul Macbeth, not surprised, shouldn't be surprised, but taking a commanding lead, 45%, with Ricky at 18, Simon at 16, and Calvin at 20. Nice. Very interesting. Outdoor Warrior says, do you play COD? So I'm not currently playing new Black Ops games, but Black Ops 2, just untouchable. Untouchable. Both Black Ops 1 and 2 were fantastic games. Multiplayer was incredible. What am I saying? Like Sticks and Stones, etc. Gun game, everything was great. Zombies, top tier. Since then, played a little bit of 3, but mostly zombies. Actually, played a few. Beat the Gladiator zombies map with a couple buddies. That was a ton of fun to do, to kind of memorize everything and do everything in the right order and survive. 4, 5, didn't really play. 6, haven't played at all. So I'm not playing like recent COD really. But as a franchise, they've come out with some great and fun games. I feel like they should really lean back into the classic kind of Black Ops 2 type of game and get back to it. But Pognu says, lost a bet with my friends. Thanks for the 2. Really appreciate it, man. Thanks for losing the bet. Sorry you lost, but it's a win for me, so fair is fair. Happy Easter, though. Dude says, gotta take my 30 minutes again. Be back if you're still on per usual. All right, sounds good. I should be on for a few minutes after 10. I don't know if I'll make it to 10:30 tonight. I'm a little bit tired, a little worn out. Voice is a little rough, but Digit see in a little while. Doc says, play cash on delivery. Uh, I can't read your name, but hi. Thanks for hopping on and joining us. Doc says, Pager, we're here on a Sunday night. Don't think we were dating advice people. You've got plenty of time. You're plenty young. You got plenty of time to enjoy friendships. Really, truly, like just make good friends. And like I'll put it this way, like I'm back to my hometown right now visiting where I grew up, where I went to elementary, middle school, high school, and I was able to visit friends that I've been friends with for 20 years. And 28 years with my best friend. And I'm 29. So lifelong friendships have incredibly deep value. Don't miss out on building real relationships and friendships with people. And eventually, romance will be something that you probably find, and that's great. But don't rush into that. Build lifelong friendships. And Pedro says, I beat him up at his house because I'm there every weekend. He's really funny. All right. Brent says, the real question is, do you miss losing to me? I haven't really lost you enough yet, so I do kind of miss it. I'm hoping to lose more to you. Um, if that's, if that's possible. I don't know if you can actually beat me or not, but we'll have to find out. I've been putting better, so coming for you. I take you down. Avery says, have you tried backloading on backhand? Uh, Probably not. What exactly are you referring to by backloading? I'm not sure precisely what exactly that means, which means I'm probably not doing it. After Warrior says, get some more birdies and aces. Have a good night. You as well. Happy Easter. Appreciate you hanging out for a little while. Chatting. Doc says, got 5 cans of soup on Brent. Team Brent. Team Brent. Pager says, do you use PlayStation? So I grew up, well, not grew up, but as a teenager, I had a PlayStation 2. So played a ton of PlayStation 2 games. Got a PlayStation 3 through college, but then I switched to Xbox One, and now I have an Xbox Series X. So I don't have a new PlayStation 4 or 5, but I do play some like cross-platform games. But yeah, I don't have. Actually, I do have a PlayStation 4. I have an original PlayStation 4, but I don't use it very often. I played a lot of Horizon Zero Dawn, which is really fun, and I have the first Spider-Man game, which I'm just kind of like waiting and looking forward to diving into at some point. But I've kind of had that on the back burner for a while, and now of course Spider-Man 2 is out and Miles Morales, so I'm way behind the 8 ball on that. But I don't really care too much about the console wars per se. I just enjoy good games. So PlayStation has some great ones. Pager says, have an OG PlayStation game. My OG PlayStation game I can think of is Crash Bash. Such a fun game. Doc says, I think he's an Atari guy. I did have an Atari. It didn't last very long. It broke. But I did have an Atari. Avery says, using 3 fingers for a power grip and your index finger is just there. Thumb has a lot of pressure on top. Control the nose angle. So I'm very set in my ways of fan gripping. So certainly my fan grip is my way to do it. I have done a little bit of power grip. Johnny McRae had me tuck the pinky and throw a power grip with a heavy pressure on thumb. But I think my main thing in me from getting the distance, I think if I can get that timing a little bit better, I think the distance is right there. I don't think grip is really holding me back very much on the backhand. Forehand, grip sucks. I don't know what I'm doing forehand, but backhand, I think I'm good. Big Pack Snack says, are you Conor McGregor? I am not Conor McGregor, but I just rewatched the newer Roadhouse with Conor McGregor, and a lot of fun. That movie's crazy, hilarious. It's a lot of fun. Doc says, Big Mac Snacks, you win joke of the day. Brent says, Nintendo is the way to go. GameCube, best system ever. You know what's weird is when the PlayStation 2 and GameCube were of the same generation, and certain games would have different mechanics. Like the game would be different. The Hobbit game had different gameplay on the PlayStation 2 as the GameCube. And I think Lord of the Rings, well, I guess that's a different one. Aragorn's Quest had the same thing, where you had a generation that was like a two-player co-op game, and then one was like a single-player RPG. Like, what's with these different consoles having the same game that are totally different games? Like, so weird. Anyway, GameCube was solid. It's good. PlayStation is it just depends on what you want to play. If you're going for just enjoyment, then maybe the GameCube is for you. If you're going for like serious, kind of, maybe serious is the wrong word, epic, PS2. That's the way to go. Doc says, I remember the console rules in my day, getting out there with a piece of cardboard and having a dance-off. Doc says there's a UFC guy who plays with Paul on like some benefit tournaments. Ben Askren, is that who you're talking about? If that is Ben Askren, I actually saw him when my brother was practicing for the week before D-Glow for the U.S. Amateurs last year. We saw Ben Askren and Brody Smith playing, and I found out that Ben Askren holds the record for getting knocked out the fastest. So that was pretty fun to learn about. But he does play disc golf, and I think he goes barefoot everywhere. OGPK says Xbox 360 WAW and so much different than PS2 version. Oh, World at War. I'm thinking like I should know what WAW is. I'm a freaking idiot. Yeah, that's a crazy one. Like what is with that? And World at War had great zombies, by the way. That was quality. Yeah, it's just so strange that they would do that. Doc says, yeah, Sega's Mario was totally different. Mario was blue and ran really fast. But Dodd says Cuban Missile Crisis. Doc says the good old days. Todd, get under your desk. The nukes can't get you there. Todd, Ben's nasty knee to the face from Mesvidal. He deserved that. I didn't see it. Maybe I should have seen it by now. Biko official says Mr. Beast. I have no money. What is it? The off-brand Mr. Beast, Mr. Least. That's more like it. That's more like it for me. Brent says, I know you want to sign up for the May 10th Wing It round at 9:30 a.m. Is that the three round? I mean, it sounds like fun to me. If it's going to be warm enough. I just don't want to get up and be cold. I don't like it. I don't like being chilly. Tired of being chilly. Todd says that's the MMA fighter that caddies for Paul. Julian Marquez, the Cuban Missile Crisis is his nickname. Oh. I was wondering where you were going with the Cuban Missile Crisis thing. Oh, and Todd is live from the car, driving back from the course. Sounds like it. Thanks for the explanation. Brent says it's the next Chain Reactions event. I'm telling you to sign up at 9:30. So which one's the Wing It 3? Are those like back-to-back days? But the next Chain Reactions is 9:30 for that. I don't know. I'll see what my brother's playing. Brent says I will not be playing afternoon golf in the heat. I want to play in the heat. I miss Florida so much. Ryan says, bro, just saw your tree dink ace. That was so sick. Heck yeah. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. The crazy thing from that is that Eddie, the guy I was playing with, we both threw a couple shots on the hole, and I grabbed that echo, and he's like, hang on, let me film this just in case you ace. Pulls his phone out, turns it on, and I kicked off the tree in. And it was just a mind-blowing moment that he just had the instinct to grab the phone and film it. It was really, really cool. So thanks. I really appreciate it. It was quite a moment. That was awesome. Doc says, I'm with you. Early morning's best. I don't play my best golf before 10 a.m., so no. Todd says, driving off a cliff with my pathetic -4 round I just shot. Bomber. Brent says, May 4th is Wing It 3. Okay. So back-to-back weekends, but not back-to-back days. So the 4th must be Sunday, and then the 10th must be Saturday. So I could do 9:30 Saturday. We'll see how warm it's going to be, man. We'll see how warm it's going to be. I like the heat. I might play later in the day just to get broiled in the sunshine. I like that. I miss Florida. Doc says, Ryan, Brent was dressed up as a tree helping Brad. Doc is something. He is something special. Tim says, hi. Hello. What was I going to say? Happy Easter. I couldn't get the words out. Thanks for hopping on and joining us. Mina, hello. Happy Easter. Thanks for hopping on and joining the stream. Hope you guys were able to spend some good time with family today and maybe able to go to church. Doc says, I hear that a lot, Brent. Ryan, just started a few weeks ago, fallen in love with trying to get better, building my bag right now. Heck yeah. Yeah, good luck putting everything together. If you want any recommendations, I tend to say for people starting out, the Soul is a great mid-range. You want a zone at some point or a zone like Disc. The Echo is a great mid-range. The Soul's flippy. The Echo's kind of more straight. If you do want a driver, I recommend a glidey 7-speed like the Brave or the River. That'll turn and drift a little bit, but it'll just kind of get good distance despite being a slower speed for a driver. And yeah, lean flippy. Don't be afraid to throw understable things or diamond lightweight things. Yeah, but it's a lot of fun building the bag. Heck yeah. Glad you're really diving into the sport. If you're anywhere near Charlotte, and we run into each other, I'll give you a disc. Axe Gamer says, yo, what's up? What time is it? It is 9:43 p.m. right now, where I am in Michigan, United States. Doc says, Ryan, my disc bag, great app to check for holes in your bag. Brent says, this guy likes bad discs. Don't listen. Todd says, yeah, like Shrikes. Let's see. Who is the guy who is like, oh my gosh, I thanks for letting me throw your Shrike. I need a Shrike. I hope I win a Shrike. And then won a Shrike and like is basically in love with it. Oh yeah, that's Brent throwing bad discs. Shameful. Elm Garcia says, please unmod Brent. I'll think about it. I'll give that some serious thought. Todd says, 2 down, not 4 down. Played twice as bad as my original report. Not only a bad disc golf, but a filthy liar. Ryan says, first purchase was a River. Heck yeah, what a choice. That's a great disc. What a great disc. Doc says, I heard the Tilt and Groove are his go-tos. and Todd, you're still our favorite live reporter. Brian says, in Georgia, sir, not too far away. Maybe one day. Heck yeah, that'd be great. It's too bad I did a Alden Harris and Isaac Robinson fundraiser tournament in Georgia. Very spontaneous. Drove down one day, played it, and looped back. 3 months ago, I think it was January. But I haven't played too much in Georgia. I played the Freedom Open at Freedom Park, the Valdosta Open, something like that. I don't know. Something in Valdosta. So I played a couple courses in Georgia, just a handful. Doc says that he just calls Shrikes a bad disc. That's Brent calling my discs bad discs, and a Shrike being one of them. So this is Brent talking, not me calling a Shrike a bad disc. That's Brent. You heard him. He said it himself. Brent says, I would be fine. Not being mod doesn't change my life. I'm just here. Maybe I should unmod him just for fun. It probably would take 20 minutes to go through anyway, with the way that everything was freaking out earlier. I'm scared of pressing any extra buttons. Pedro says, chopped. Doc says, oh, then yeah, Shrek stink. All right. Instant switch as soon as he knows that's what Brent thinks. He's all about it. He's all about it. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's good. What a Brent fanboy. Brent says, well, the help I have provided. Brent is a huge supporter, uh, just not as specifically as a mod. He supports me in other ways. He's very kind to me. Sorry, I'm like talking into my water well. He's very kind to me in person when there's no audience, and then as soon as there's people around, he's super super mean. But he's normally nice. He bought me Chick-fil-A. Excuse me. All right. That was not my most successful water drink in my life. Anyway. All right. Ooh, this is crazy. Paul Macbeth, 43% in the poll. Calvin in second at 20. Ricky and Simon at 18s. Looks like Paul's going to win. Doc says, see, Brent, this is what you get for giving him moving experience. Can't get that at college. Funny enough, right after college, I worked with Two Men in a Truck for a couple of months. So I got my moving experience like right after college. And then I worked at Cabela's for a couple months in the archery department, which I loved. And then took my job as a youth pastor right after that. So it wasn't in college, but I did get my moving experience. And I also moved my crap in and out of college. So I did get moving experience at college. Sorry, Brent. Sorry, Doc. I just have to disagree with you there. One quit, or was it a lie and there was three of you? So actually, when I was new, there were three of us in the truck. So it's 3 men in a truck for like my first 3 weeks. We would go out with three instead of just two. Yep. Also, it was per truck, 2 men in a truck, but there were like 6 different trucks. So there were about a dozen of us employed. So the world is more complicated than you think, Doc. It's not just black and white. It's just a little bit of gray. Also, quick update for monetization. I am at 98% of the watch hours needed for the full level of monetization for the channel. It is something like 3,930 hours. So close. So all of you watch the Wheel of Misfortune round, and I think that's a 15-minute video. So every 4 of you that watch gives me another hour. So make sure that you watch that video. I think it's funny. Todd loved it. He left a bunch of comments about how great it was. So make sure you watch that one. But if you happen to watch any videos on the channel, just know that it helps me out. Being here in the live stream, of course, is also super helpful. But I appreciate it all the support from you guys. It's all great. Doc says 3 Men in a Truck, the third in the 3 Men and a Baby series. There we go. Doc, get him to 3,999 and we all quit. Yeah, that would be exactly about right. I feel like that's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna get right there, and then I'm gonna get like a year ago a video, my in the bag video from last May will like drop off, and then I'll just plummet. Todd says, you deserve it, buddy, creating a really nice little community here. Oh, thanks. I think so. I think we're doing pretty well. We got a nice group. Other than Doc being a fanboy of Brent, which makes no sense. Brent doesn't even really have a YouTube channel. The last YouTube video I saw from Brent was a video I sent him and that he posted. So I don't know. I don't get it. Brent's just okay. Doc says, if we get to 4K, will you go full screen? Should I do that? Should I go sideways for the live? Is it better? Is it useful at all? Does it matter? I kind of like that people can run into me scrolling, can run into the vertical live, but I don't know. I need answers. Which is better, vertical or horizontal live streams? especially for a single person who's just talking about disc golf. Maybe that'll be my next poll. Brent versus Brad poll. You know what? We're going to do it. Paul wins. Clearly. Here we go. Here's the real poll. Here's the real poll of the day. And there's my brother hopping in to vote for Brent. Great timing. Todd says Brent's going to hack your YouTube one day. It's all suddenly going to be Brenty-time disc golf. Doc says it's kind of your thing now, so yeah, you're right. All right, early lead Brent with 80% of the votes and Brad with just 20%. Well, here's the thing. Everybody knows who Brent is, but do you guys even know my name is Brad? Maybe you think it's Birdie. Maybe you think that Birdie is my first name, Time is my middle name, and disc golf is my last name. I don't know, but maybe I should have clarified that Brad is Birdie Time. Oh well, too late to restart the poll. Brad must have voted. Hey, I already told you I can't vote for my own polls. I wish I could. I'm like literally trying to vote right now, and it won't let me. Or else it would have been 2 votes for Brad. Sorry. Oh, gosh. Sorry, Brad. He's winning tournaments, so Brent is greater than Brad. That's so rude. I beat a couple of my buddies. They played doubles, and I played by myself. And it wasn't lone wolf. It was just by myself. Does that count? It's almost like winning a tournament. Brad is voting on his alt account. Ooh, I should do that. I could do that. No, I don't think the internet would handle that. I think the stream would crash. Doc says, Brent, did you vote Brad? Truth, Jacob says, Doogit account. Were they 700 rated? 900 rated and unrated. But Adam throws 400 feet. So they both throw farther than me. Sam, well, let's put it this way, Jake. Sam parked hole 2 and hole 15 at Ella Sharp. And hit the putt back on 17 because he overthrew it. So it was a little bit rough. I really had to work for it. Really had to work for it. Brent says, I voted for me because it would be wrong if I voted for Brad. I'm Team Brent with you, Doc. Hey, Brent's all the way down to 67% because I got another vote. So that's good. That's good. Pager, do you have any advice for me? I want to try to tell a kid who doesn't believe in God is real. I've tried to tell him this before and he won't understand. So it's tough to talk about the existence of God with kids because sometimes it's hard for them to grasp it and understand it. But I think the important thing is to live a good, loving, kind, obedient life yourself and be a testimony through what you do. Yes, it's important to say that you're kind, you're loving, you're forgiving because of your faith, because you love God, because of your belief in God. And that will lend a lot of credibility to the truth of your point of view. So that's kind of my advice, is to really focus on building a healthy relationship and to glorify God with your actions and with your obedience. And sometimes I would say it can be a mistake to just overly kind of, you don't want to hit somebody over the head with the Bible. You don't want to just be like, believe this, believe this, believe this. If it's not something they're accepting, show them that it's true beyond only saying that it's true. Marley said, I have bought ankle supporters. Now I can play volleyball when I go to PE. Heck yeah, I like volleyball. Volleyball was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it a lot in high school for like gym class, PE and everything. And in college, I decided to take a volleyball class. It was actually really great. It was a lot of fun. But we did have a couple of 6'4" guys that were spiking. So that was a little bit much, even for me, let alone some of the ladies who were like 5'4". Like it was kind of a lot to get this basketball player just going wham, spiking it over the net. But overall, very fun experience. Played volleyball, intramurals, just a lot of good. Dude just says, I'm back. What's up, Symmetry Man? Thanks for coming back. Appreciate you. Brent says, dude, I need your vote. Hashtag Team Brent. Doc says, oh wait, Brent probably got his mom and dad in chat to vote. Hey, my brother's already voted against me, so what am I supposed to do? Doc said, dang it, Brad beat me to it. Best ways to bring others to your faith is showcase it, live it, not yell it. Yeah, for sure. I also had a lot of, like, I grew up believing, but not really making it a personal, true decision until I was around 15. But I had a lot of good, like, youth group experiences where I was impacted in activities and events from people who weren't in my immediate sphere of influence, who were talking to me and who had more of an impact on me. My parents were wonderful, but sometimes when they told me things, I just kind of ignored them. But when somebody got up on stage and started teaching in a really engaging and interesting way, uh, it really hit home. So sometimes it takes someone who's kind of not so personally close to impact someone. It's a tough call. Everyone's a little bit different. Some people who are really young are just not going to be interested for part of life. They're just kind of going to ignore it, and maybe later in life we'll take it more seriously. But it's important to maintain that relationship and continue caring for that person. Dude just says, unfortunately for you, I've got to be the chat contrarian and be Team Brad. Heck yeah. Pedro says, I gave him examples and he didn't believe me. Uh, yeah, some people won't just believe right away and they won't believe everything that someone tells them. But it's important to keep loving and caring forever. Ryan says, yes, the key to reaching people with the love of Jesus is to build relationships just like he did. Absolutely. Absolutely. Dude just says, I'm open to my mind being changed, though. Oh, no. No. 2 cans of soup and Brent's got my vote. No, 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 no. Doc says, dude, I would never try to change your mind, but I would be open to bribing you. Jake says, votes for Brent will turn into future birdies, everyone. No, 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 you've got it backwards. This is birdie time. So votes for Brad result in birdies. Votes for Brent result in Brent getting birdies. So Doc wants to vote for him, but Brent is taking all of your birdies away from you. He's taking them for himself, and he's using them just to try to beat me, but he's taking away your birdies. He already took Todd's away, which is why Todd only went 2 down on the course, because Brent was siphoning off all of those birdies that Todd deserved. So if you'd like to give Brent your birdies, then by all means, go ahead and vote for him. It would be nice of you, and I would be happy for Brent. But if you want to get some birdies for yourself, vote Brad. Todd says, I'll tell you guys a secret. I have a Bible study YouTube channel with more subs than my disc golf channel. Todd says, LOL, Todd, at least it's not pickleball. Todd, what is that channel called? Because I haven't seen it. And I would like to. I'm very interested. Ryan said, our church started interest groups to reach people groups that wouldn't normally show up on Sundays, and ours is disc golf. With a short Devo, we just build that relationship and have fun. That's really awesome. That is really awesome. I have been pretty interested in taking my small group at church to a disc golf course. And I've been talking about it with one of the small group leaders who actually, it was kind of his idea. And he's like, do you have like extra discs? And I was like, yeah, I have extra discs. I can have discs for everybody. It's no problem. So that's kind of in the works. I'm going to get a round in with that group leader when I get back. And then, yeah, we'll talk about when to take the whole group out to a course. So I'm really hoping for some of that And I really love that churches are doing that. A lot of churches have a disc golf course that they've put onto their property, which is really cool. I think that's really, really awesome. Pickleball is blasphemous. Doc says, Brent, you can have my birdies. I'm just happy for the exercise and being out in nature. I knew that would happen. Brent says, a vote for Brent is clearly good fortune and birdies for everyone. I mean, that's just a political statement right there. Like, you know that he's just saying that. It's not actually true. He has to say that to sound nice, but just look at the results. Todd's 2-down round. What robbery. Brent almost took all of his birdies. Jim Butt says, I was raised Lutheran and was a youth group leader. Great experiences. Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. Doomslayer says, hey, it's me, the car guy. Hey, where's my Toyota Corolla edit? Hey, I like that video. I sent it to my brother and he really liked it too. I think the Hellcat edit that you made was really awesome. Doc says, vote for Brent for Aces and Eagles. Todd says, Brent, what the heck? That was you, Team Brad. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Oh, Brent, you're siphoning off other people's birdies, which is why Todd only went 2 down at his course when he should have absolutely dominated. He's been going 10 down, 11 down lately, putting up his records, his personal record, breaking his record, and you gave him just a 2 down. It's very selfish of you, Brent. I think you should apologize. That's just my personal opinion. But you should apologize. Yeah. Shameful. Doc says, Brad is blaming you for Todd's non-birdies. Yes, of course. We all saw it happen in real time. Doomslayer says, thanks, bro. Yeah, absolutely. You have a cool thing going. I think it's awesome. Ryan Brickman says, howdy. Howdy. Happy Easter. Thanks for hopping on and joining us. Hopefully you were able to get yourself time with family today, maybe attend church. It's a perfect day for it. Brent says, honestly, we all know I would have shot 9 down had I not given people those 4 birdies. You mean those putts that you missed? I don't think that's giving out birdies. I think that's just missing putts, man. Those ghost trees are just there, stealing your birdies away from you. Spy says, just for giggles. Linda says, were you talking to me? Happy Easter. I wasn't specifically talking to you guys yet, but thanks for hopping on and joining us. Hope you're able to spend time with family today. Brent says, I'm not a witch. Easy test to see if you're a witch. We tie you up and put like stones wrapped around, tied to your feet, toss you in the river, and if you float, you're a witch, and if you drown, you're innocent. We'll find out. Todd says, do you float in water? Dude just says, wish I lived somewhere else, disc golf wise. There's only 2 very short courses in my town. I've got to go 15 to 20 minutes for some good course. Yeah, that is a bummer. That is a bummer. That is unfortunate. Dude, every time I shoot a bad round or lose a disc, I'm blaming Brent. That's what I do. It's worked for me so far, and it's really kept my sanity through my bad rounds lately, my bad competitive rounds. And wow, isn't it weird that when I have bad competitive rounds, Brent plays better than me and gets more birdies than me? Huh. It's almost as if he's taking those birdies for himself. I think that's conclusive proof. Brent says he does not float, and Todd says, aha, wishes don't float. Doc says, honestly, I might be part of a coven. Looks like I lived a life, y'all. Hey, man. It's not something I recommend. Don't recommend that. Brent says, witches do float. Duja, don't do that to me. Duja says, I'll do that until you're proven not a witch. Brent says, or maybe you are just bad. There's Brent's encouragement. Isn't he such a kind person? I just always feel like he's come along beside me and saying, Brad, I know that some days are a struggle for you, but I care about you no matter what, and I want you to succeed. Oh, wait, no, he doesn't say that. He tells me I'm bad. John Galt says, we all float down here. Brent says, oof, oh no, now you'll be getting all the votes taken away. Yeah, I'm just recommending it. Thomas said, how did it go in Michigan? Well, I'm still here for a few more days, but it's been really good. I've been able to play, I played 10 rounds last week. I was able to get 2 aces up in Michigan, a lot of ace runs and chain outs on easy holes, but I got a lot of them on film. But the craziest one was the tree kick ace. Just blew my mind. It was super, super, super cool. Just happened to get caught on camera and everything. So it's been great. But the flip side is the weather has been just windy, cold, kind of rainy, just all over the place. So it's been a little hard to get like good weather disc golf in, but I have been able to get more practice in the wind than normal, which has probably been good for me. The one day that was probably not the greatest for me was 30 to 40 mile per hour wind in a wide open flat course. That was just unplayable. It was fun, but it was unplayable. Just brutal. But it's been great. Michigan has been awesome. Brent says that he's encouraging when it matters. It's true. He is. Bailey says, played my first M1 tourney today in an unsanctioned event, got second out of 32. Woo, that is awesome. Heck yeah. No complaints considering there were 40 mile per hour wind gusts all day. Speaking of high wind, yeah, that's brutal, man. I was just experiencing that myself. It is brutal with gusts or even steady wind that's really high. It's tough. It's tough. So congrats on that. That's really awesome. Really, really awesome. Doc says, Brent tells truths. Would you prefer he lie to you? Well, if it made me feel better, I would think about it, especially if it helped me play better. Dude just says, Brent, you get final decision due to the witch allegations. Do I buy the new cap wrap or a wild honey? Todd says, wow, Bailey, that's impressive, especially in the wind. Absolutely it is. Absolutely it is. Doc says, go with the cap wrap. Dude just says, can't throw to save my life in winds. Same here. Absolutely same here. I'm grateful for the practice I've gotten because it's tough. Max Wombat says, Dad, when are you coming home? You've been gone for a month. Sorry, friend. I'm only 29. Don't have any kids. Todd says, hashtag Team Wild Honey. Thomas saw the video of the tree kick ace. Yeah, man. It was wild. It was cool. It was cool. Da-da-da-da-da. Thomas, have you played any disc golf in the last week? Been hitting the course? Brent is not picking one. Brent says, Dujit, whatever one makes you happier. So that's not helpful. Todd says, in all fairness, Brad, you tell Brent that his bad shots are the best he can do. LOL. Hey, now, if you watch that video, on one hole, I told him that his bad shot was his best, and on the next hole, I told him that his good shot was his worst. So I'm a very equanimous person. Is that right? I'm not out to just only be mean. I want to be mean and nice to keep things balanced and funny. I think it's a healthy balance, and I think Brent needs that in his life. When you see high wind, grab a 130-gram Rolo and thank Brad later. Don't do that. Max says there's somebody right behind you. No, there's not. This is just a door and a disc. I can see. It's funny because I've gotten that twice tonight. What's behind you? I literally see my my video right here on my laptop screen next to the comments. So it's nothing. Linda says, why aren't you going to answer me? Sorry, trying to chat. Dude, Brent, I need to know. Please use your witch powers and guide me. Just 50-50 it. Or we could poll. I want to do the poll, but I also want more votes because I'm losing. All right, if I get 2 more votes, I'll end the poll, and then I'll do a new poll with Dujet deciding between the wild honey and the cap wrap. So I need 2 more votes. I'm pretty sure Brent just got one. Somebody vote for me. Well, that's not working. Marlene Morris, have you heard of the game of cricket? Find it interesting because it's entertaining for my baby sister and baby cousin. Also, it's very entertaining for me, even though I don't know the rules. Yeah, cricket's very interesting. I don't know much about it specifically, but I watched them play it in the Chronicles of Narnia, Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Also, people play it in Florida and in Charlotte. I see people playing cricket, but it's interesting. I never really cared about baseball, so it was kind of like a not baseball sport that was interesting. I don't know. Seems fun. Brent says, honestly, dude, I haven't thrown either disc, so I can't decide for you. Umar's, thanks for joining us. Happy Easter. Thomas says, not any courses, but went to a field and threw for practice a little. Heck yeah. Get that field work in. Get that power up. Heck yeah. Jeremy24 says, cheers from Canada. Cheers from Canada. Welcome from Michigan, and happy Easter. Not too far from Canada, but also Michigan is a tall state. Chris says, happy Easter to you as well. Hope you're able to spend time with family. Maybe get to church today. Great day for it. Doc says, more votes. I think everyone is here. I don't know if we're going to get very many more votes. Says Duja. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Doc says, well, time for bed, calling it now. Brent is the star of the show. Congrats, man. Jake says, what putters have you made? So for now, for actually my entire disc golf career, disc golf, I guess you can call it a career, Wardens have been my putter. Got myself 2 Wardens, one for inside the circle and one for outside the circle. So the Warden, the Prime Plastic. I also like the P2. I throw a Keystone, but yeah, for putting, it's Wardens all the way. Todd says, LOL, Brad, if I don't win this poll, it's never going away. Cricket is fun. If we get involved, it'll be a very good sport. Yeah, I mean, it's a very popular sport for sure. Marlene Morris, learn about cricket on an Australian children's show named Bluey. My nieces and nephews love Bluey. I think it's a great show. It's funny. It's cute. It's generally very family friendly and appropriate for kids. And I think it's a fun show. So that's funny that's where you saw it. Brent says, got to call it a night. It's been nice to know I have such a big lead, although it just dropped to 60. Thank you for those votes. Oh, that was 1 vote that I got. That's good. Thank you for the vote. Thomas said, I have a friend that just moved to Michigan. Can't remember what city he moved to. Yeah, too bad. I would probably know the area of Michigan, if it's lower Michigan especially. Todd loves Bluey. Heck yeah. The family probably loves it. Dude says, see you, Brent. Enjoy your poll vindication. Bluey, the character themselves, is actually quite annoying. Yeah, I think the show in general is the good part. The specific characters. Drek says, today there is WrestleMania going on. All right. It looks like we're not getting any more votes. I did get 1 vote. Brent is the winner, I guess. I'll take 40%. I honestly thought it'd be more like 90-10. But I'll take that. I will take it. Brent superiority. Dude, what is that cap wrap? It's a collab cap wrap? Is that right? Yeah, okay. Almost done. You will get your answer soon. And I won't be able to vote, unfortunately. Drek says, what's your favorite gun? I use a bow when I go hunting. So I have a Martin bow, about 50-pound draw weight, roughly speaking. Favorite gun? I don't know. Pistols are fun. If I'm target shooting. I don't know. Todd says, it's one of the very few kid shows these days that don't make the dad character be an absolute buffoon, disrespected by the family, constantly has good values. Yeah, I do absolutely appreciate that. It's just it seems to be a very healthy family environment, and the parents make mistakes and apologize for them and explain kind of what's going on, that they did something wrong, they want to make things right. And I think it's just beautiful to actually see that instead of, which is sometimes comedic, but like parents doing stupid, selfish things and then just hiding it or making a big joke out of it. For kids, I think it's fantastic. Marley says, I like the show Blue because it teaches a lot of lessons. One of the episodes called Space made me cry because I connected with it because of my childhood. Todd says, is that the one where Bingo is dreaming she's flying through space? Dude just says, one of my favorite episodes. Haven't seen enough, personally, I haven't seen enough separate episodes. I've probably seen 10, maybe a dozen. Drex says, when did you start this disc throw? So I've played disc golf for about 3 years now. I don't have my whole collection here because I'm traveling. I'm in Michigan. But I have a few discs out here hanging out off screen. I've got my disc golf bag down here with another... Hold on, I got to get rid of my hiccups. Okay. I got another 22 discs off screen down here as well. Yeah, I played for about 3 years, just over 3 years. Yeah. Played Ultimate Frisbee for a while before that. It was fun, but disc golf is just better. Tuesday, yeah, the one you described, Todd. Okay. Thomas, haven't thrown either, but I pick honey. Oh, I should have given the flight numbers. Well, here, just for everyone, just for the explanation, the honey is a 12.5 -22, and the furthest throw I've ever thrown was with this wild honey a couple days ago. Then the cap wrap, the captain's raptor is a 9.314, very overstable fairway driver that hooks left really quickly. Very useful, good utility, good in the wind, and Dujit struggles in the wind, so maybe the cap wrap would be fantastic for it. But the wild honey might go incredibly far, which Dujit is going to get powered up through the summer and start ripping bombs. I mean, Dujit already throws bombs, but even bombier bombs. Dujit says, Brett, I thought an Eagles Crossing trying to become the Disc Golf Masters. I think it's a great course. I'm unsure if it's the most suitable course. But it's clearly a high-level course. So I'm kind of concerned about tee placements and pars, maybe. But I think it's generally good. I don't know. I'll have to think about that more. Marley Amar says, Season 3, Episode 34. The episode is called Space. It's a lot of episodes. Drex says, so what do you do for a living? So I am at 98% of my trajectory towards monetization on YouTube. So some of my income is and will soon be more so YouTube, but also I do website design and some other kind of online remote work that kind of balances out my income. Kaiser says, yo, PewDiePie. Unfortunately, I don't have the accent of Felix Schellberg, so not as cool. Just not as classic as PewDiePie. But I'll take a compliment. Wish I had the money. Wish I had the accent. Dude just says on either one, I'll probably get a lighter weight. So more so on the wild honey. Wild honey, whoa, getting a lot of votes. That's awesome. 83%. Wow. There's only 6 votes out, so it's not really a number of votes. It's a high percentage, though. Todd says, Bradley, you've been disc golfing 3 years. Question, was your improvement linear or were there spikes when your skill just skyrocketed? Great question. So I would say, I'll read Duge's answer first. I know I'm not Brad, but my 2 year progress has been kind of some spikes followed by slow rise, then plateau, little regression, then another spike. Wash and repeat. That's very interesting. I would say, and I've looked at my PDJ rating as well for kind of some of this. Just the way that things kind of happened for me was I really kind of accelerated quickly at first and then slowed down and then kind of had like a normal pace. I don't know if normal, but a steady increase, but not super fast from MA4 to MA3. But through this time, I was growing in accuracy, but not so much distance. So it was consistency, accuracy, strategy, and putting that I had kind of a steady climb from MA4 to MA3. And then I learned the X step and I went skyrocketing up in distance and in ability and in rating. So it was 2023 where I really just jumped up because that X step just let me actually discs far and with good consistency, good speed, good accuracy, everything like that. So that was a massive steady spike for several months when I really got the X step down. Then I really improved my putting from distance and kept improving a lot. And through 2024, it was a lot of like shot shaping. I learned more shot shapes. I learned better. I learned my discs better. I learned more discs. And I kind of slowly increased my putting. And then 2025 has been, I would say, my first drop that's been long lasting. I think before 2025, I only had 2 months where my rating went backwards. One time it was 1 point. And I think the other time it was just a couple of ratings points. So yeah, I would say for the most part, it's been increasing overall up until December 2024. And then 2025 has been a slow regression. But I think that a lot of it has to do with weather adjustment from Florida to North Carolina, especially in January, February, March, has been kind of a struggle for me. And then trusting my putt when I move from my disc hitting sand to my disc hitting rocks, roots, and packed dirt and starting to like roll away. I didn't deal with rollaways with my putting style in Florida because I would miss and plop down on the ground. And now I miss and I hit and stand up and start rolling. So that's kind of my experience. I would say it was steady increasing. Then I learned the X step and I spiked up. Then steady increasing until I moved to Charlotte and it's been a bit of a regression. But I think at the same time, I'm more capable now than I was in November, December. I think I'm more talented. I think I'm just a little bit less consistent currently, but I'll get that back. Good question. The X step is when you can tell if someone is actually into disc golf. For me, I even kind of delayed it because I had the Chain Hawk Open for MA3, upcoming A tier. So I kind of delayed learning the X step until after because I really didn't want to screw up what I had. And I knew I was probably going to struggle for a few weeks. But once I learned the X step, it was lights out after that. Todd says, dude, I've been exclusively doing standstills for months. What does that say about me? Depends on your course, Todd. If you're going for control and consistency, and if it's a short course, then it's great. Chill Guy says, what is your PDJ number? 213968. 213968. Bradley Hendrick. I think I have 14 wins. A couple of them I was the only person in the field, so just ignore those. But my big win was Chain Hawk Open last year, MA1, A tier. And my big claim to fame was the Charlotte Roar Open, where I played on lead card with Paul Ulibarri and beat him. Look that one up. I'm very proud of that one. The guy who won, by the way, hit like every putt outside, like inside of 60 feet. I watched him. It was unreal. And I feel like I'm a good putter. This guy was lights out. Just unreal. Probably 70% C2. Ridiculous. Tut says only break 300 occasionally. I personally will say that the X step adds distance if you have the timing right. Yeah, 300 with a standstill, that's pretty far. Pretty good for a standstill, but because with a standstill, you don't get as much hip rotation and momentum, therefore less power. I found with standstills that, yeah, that's exactly right. You can get timing better, but sometimes you get much less distance and power off of it. Yeah, chill guy. Try not trying to like brag, I guess. I might have come off a little boastful there, but those were recent. That was December 2024. So that's kind of my most recent like time when I was good at disc golf. And since then, it's been just kind of mediocre to blah disc golf this year. Some of my worst has been in the last 3 months. As far as like playing at my level. Hasn't been at my level. Marley says, Birdie, what color should I dye my hair again? The colors I have are red or orange, or should I mix the colors? It's a good question. I mean, blue's my color choice. I'm leaning toward red. Yeah, pure red. I don't know. Interesting question. I have no clue. Dude just says, also noticed recently on standstill backhand approach, all my throws have been too much hyzer. Something to work on. Interesting. I've noticed my standstills have sometimes been a little bit early lately. Just kind of weird. Marley says, thanks. Absolutely. Hope it helps. You can let me know next week if it turns out good. All right. I am starting to run down a little bit my voice. You can probably hear it. It's starting to get a little bit ragged. I need to eat something else at some point. I do have Taco Bell leftovers in the fridge because I had a bunch of cheesy bean and rice burritos, and my buddy traded me one for a beefy 5-layer, so I have an extra one left. Really worked out. Kaito says that I'm broke. I am. So what? Okay. Thanks. Yes, true. Chill guy, I've been playing for a year. Heck yeah. The first year is a lot of fun. The first year is a blast. There's just a lot of like excitement. Every good throw is like, yes, it's a flipping good throw. And then you know, sometimes you're able to just shake off the failures really easily. Not saying it's a going to happen or it's a bad thing, but sometimes when I played for 3.5 years, sometimes at my level I have a bad throw and I'm like, that is unacceptable. But it's not really realistic. It's too high of expectations. But sometimes early on, it's like, who cares? Oh, I screwed up. Oh well, having a great time. George says, "What's up? Happy Easter. Thanks for joining us." Dude, get 4 more streams till disc golf summer. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. The double whammy mod hammer. Dude, if I could get the feeling of buying and throwing my first disc, I'd do many things for that. Yeah. Chill guy, 300 on forehand and 300 on backhand max distance. That's You've got both too. That's really good because I've got a higher backhand max distance, but I've got a struggle forehand. Like just it's bad. I'll just say it's bad. It's okay. Upshots, standstill. It's fine. It's useful. It's accurate. But as soon as I go for distance, garbage. Marley says, don't worry, you're not the only one. Just spent my $44 on McDonald's and a new sketchbook, ballpoint pens, and ankle supporters, and a board for my baby root beers. Good night. Hey, I mean, you got that all lined up. You've got it all ready. Todd says, chill guy, those numbers are so solid in the first year. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. I mean, I don't know your accuracy, but your forehand might just be better than me already. Just probably. I'll put that out there. That's pretty good. 300-foot forehand is great. As a junior, so heck yeah, as a junior player. You and Duja are going to be going out there and just obliterating people. Duja says, my forehands get some distance, but not accurate. Not as bad as Brad's, though. I need a coach to teach me forehanding. Because backhand, I was able to figure it out to some extent by myself. I looked up some videos. Forehand, I don't know if people just suck at teaching forehand, but everyone's just like, oh, throw it like a baseball. I don't understand. That doesn't help me. That doesn't help me at all. Plant your foot like this. Tuck your elbow in. It's just whatever. It's just useless. I need somebody to like grab my arm and be like, no, 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 like this, and then throw. Would be nice. Joe guy, MJ15. Heck yeah, dude. Heck yeah. If you're able to, and you're able to get some coaching, it will take you places, man. That's awesome. Congrats. Have you been playing tournaments? John says, for the life of me, I cannot throw a forehand. I understand. It's just something, man. It's just something. Some people can get both. A lot of people just gravitate towards one or the other, and the other is just a struggle. And like, I think I figured out the backhand 10 times sooner than all of the time I've put into my forehand, and my forehand's not improving like the backhand did. It's just not. It's just not. It's something. It's something. Dude says, gonna exit MJ15 soon. Maybe don't qualify for it anymore. Yeah, because if you're turning 16 this year, then you don't qualify for MJ15. You're MJ18. Marlena Morris, when I was 9, I had about $103, which I should have saved up, but didn't learn that until I was 12. But oh well, I have no room for the past, and once I have $103 again, I'll save it up for next time. There you go. That's how it's done. It's good. I was slow to learn to save money as a child, but as an adult, it comes a lot more naturally to me to just like not spend money. Just like don't spend money, don't do it, unless it's something important. So, food and disc golf, and Taco Bell, which is food. Dude, the best natural gift in disc golf is starting early. Yes, I started at 26. Well, kind of 27. 304, 172. Wow. That is, maybe you're the first person that's over 300 PDJ number that I've seen. That's fairly recent that it crossed 300. That's awesome, dude. Dude, it just got the PDJ membership in January 297. Okay, so it's already jumped to 304 since January. Nice. Toss says, same here. They all come out weird as if I'm throwing with my left hand. Embarrassing, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, forehands just, some people just, they come natural. And not for me. Not for me. Not for me. And weirdly enough, like, I've thrown a 400-foot forehand, but I'm sure the form was terrible. It hurt my arm, and it wasn't good form. I don't have consistent form. I didn't right that one time. Like, my body can do it. I just don't understand it. I don't have it down. I don't have it figured out. Chill Guy signed up in March. So, yeah, pretty recent, and it's over 300,000 for the PDJ number. Heck yeah. Dude, you haven't played any sanction rounds yet. No time and bad weather. Just go off of UDisc rating for now. So Digit, what's your normal? So Digit, what is your normal UDisc rating? Like 230s, 240? Marlena Morris, what is y'all's favorite Disney character or movie? My favorite Disney character and movie is Lilo and Stitch, and the character I like most is Stitch. I love Lilo and Stitch. I had the movie Stitch Has a Glitch when I was a kid and watched it over and over and over and over again. I think that the Lilo and Stitch dynamic is one of the more wholesome Disney interactions for sure. And with their older sister, whose name I can't remember, um, pretty great, pretty good role model and sacrificial character, uh, and kind of real. So Lilo and Stitch has got to be up there. I really liked Tangled, but that might be no, that's Disney. Yeah, Tangled is Disney. Eugene Fitzherbert. Thomas says, "Good night, everybody. Happy Easter again. Thanks for hopping on and joining us. Have a great night." Dude says, "Usual round lately have been 230, 240, but every day is 220, weighed down by past rounds from months past." That's solid, dude. I was guessing that, so that's right about where it seemed like you'd be. Todd says, "Food and disc golf and Taco Bell." Taco Bell's like, what the heck? Hey, Taco Bell is food. Taco Bell is disc golf, post disc golf reward sometimes. So it's kind of both. Skip says, "Can you shout out my friend? He got a rock thrown to his forehead and in the hospital. I'm sorry that happened. I hope he's gonna be okay." 2 a.m. Base says, "Hi, do you remember me?" Yes, I do. Welcome back. Thanks for hopping on and happy Easter, by the way. Hope you were able to spend some time with family and enjoy your Easter Sunday. Maybe enjoy a church service as well, like I was able to. Yeah, Dude. So my everyday is really high right now with UDisc because I think it uses doubles rounds that you add as a team. So I have some like uh 290 some rated UDisc rounds that I'm on a doubles round with someone, but that's like pulling up my everyday because my everyday is like 254 or something like that. But I only have a couple of 250 plus rounds in UDisc. So I'm not actually sure what mine really is because it's really pulled up. Dude just says, "What are the numbers on the poll?" We have 15 votes. So with 15 votes, we have 73% on the Wild Honey and 27% with the Captain's Raptor. That's not too bad. That's a solid number of votes. You just need two people to be one Ganon. Yes. Well, basically, my buddy and I played Nevin, and it wasn't even as hard of a layout. And we went doubles. We just dominated the course and went, I think, 12 down, and Ganon went 13 down on a harder layout. So, two people to be one Ganon is pretty much accurate. Dude, you're just taking advantage of free ratings. April, I'll get UDisc Pro after. Nice. Yeah, watching the progress is really fun. 2 a.m. Base says, "Can I please be a mod?" I think you're close. Keep coming back, man. I'll award mod to you if you're showing up, and maybe next week. Come back next week, or the next time that you come back. Chill guy started in March last year and improved from plus 18 to -3 on my local course. Heck yeah, congrats, dude. That's massive. That's huge. And of course, depends on your course, but that's probably jumping from something like 700 to 900 rated in a year, which is awesome. Something like that. 2 a.m. says, "I'm gonna watch you for the rest of my night." Heck yeah. I can't sit on for too much longer because my throat is dying here, but really appreciate it. Todd says, "Brad, you can edit those rounds and uncheck use in statistics or whatever it's called. Click that off." Okay, I'll have to do that. I only really discovered it like a couple of weeks ago and haven't really thought about it since then, because I played an online disc golf league where we used UDisc rated rounds to compete against each other, and my handicap was like crazy, because my everyday UDisc rating was like 254 or 252 or something. And then after I didn't win, of course, I'm like, something's fishy here. So I looked into the UDisc and I was like, wait, this is higher than my average by quite a bit. So it mattered. It would have mattered if I found it out before that, but since I didn't, it was too late. So I haven't looked into it since then. But yeah, I should check into that. 2 a.m. says, hope your throat feels better. Thank you. I don't know if I got sick or not because it's kind of everybody's been sick in my like friends and family group, and I traveled all over the place. Uh, saw a billion people in the last week and a half in Michigan, so it's possible I caught something. It's also possible that I ate something funny and just have talked for 4 hours, and therefore throat is sore. But either way, I'll be heading off in a few minutes. But thanks for hopping on and joining for a little bit of it tonight. Anyway, it's been great, and it's been a great Easter, huh? Choco, I played my course in a tournament last week, got a 921 rated for -2. So heck yeah, dude. Heck yeah. Yeah, that is great progress, and it's amazing to see it. Dude just says, I'm thinking of asking a friend to be my caddy for tournaments for company. Yeah, that's a tough one. If as long as your friend is well behaved, for your sake, let alone other people's sake. But uh, I've had good experience with caddies. My buddy Sam is an excellent caddy because he listens really well, and then he just kind of gives me steady advice. He doesn't really try to recommend things to me. He's just kind of responding to me. Um, but I've had a couple caddies who like wander off when I need a disc, and I have to like go follow them and get a disc and go back to my shot, and are like a little too chatty with the other players and like aren't engaged with me, and that could be stressful too. So evaluate the personality of your friend, I would say. Marley just finished putting on Stitch tattoos. Oh gosh. Hopefully temporary ones. Stitch is great, man. It's a good choice. Says they don't know much about disc golf, but it'd just be more to keep me calm and level. Yeah. Yeah, as long as they're like I said, as long as they're chill, could be great. Could be great. It's nice to have somebody with you, and yeah, yeah. Just kind of keep you balanced. Marlon says, yes, they're temporary ones. Okay, good. 2 a.m. Had fun in my vacation for Tennessee. It was fun. Went to a lot of fun places. Heck yeah. Marley, still 13 years old. Oh, that's right. Yeah. I forgot. You can't get tattoos for a while yet, especially without parental permission. Actually, is it tattoos that you can get parents' permission, or is that piercings so you can get parents' permission? Whatever. I don't have any tattoos, so I don't know all the rules for it. My buddy has actually two of my buddies have like full on sleeves that they've been working on for years, putting time like hours and hours into the each arm. Not for me personally, but some of them look pretty cool. Can't lie. 2 a.m. Glad you had fun in Tennessee. I like Tennessee. I like the Great Smoky Mountains. I like just forgot what that's called. I had family in Tennessee, so visit them every once in a while. Some cousins, aunts, and uncles out there. I love the Tennessee weather too, because it's like I don't know, it just feels clean. I don't know how to describe it. I love Florida, but it's so humid and like there are bugs everywhere. Tennessee just felt like so clean. I don't know if that's a good way to describe it or not, but I like Tennessee. Did you play any disc golf in Tennessee? That's the real question. All right, I'm getting close. Plus, my phone's probably melting from running the live stream for 4 hours. Chill Guy says, thinking of Junior Worlds next summer. I think that's a great idea. Uh, Especially if you keep on progressing. You know, it's a great experience. I didn't do any junior events, but getting that experience in is good for you. It's really cool. You'll be able to meet some of the other high level juniors across the world. And I know some juniors who went to those junior events and have made like cross country friendships where they're uh, hanging out online and chatting with each other and supporting each other. And they'll like both have disc golf Instagrams and they're always like commenting on each other's Instas. And it's just a really cool way to um, build more community with people that are kind of at your level and at your age level can be really, really awesome. And even Trinity Bryant, who was a junior in the last couple of years in Jacksonville, Florida, I competed with her brother, who's older, several times. I know her parents a little bit. She made friends going to junior events like that, and now she's like heading out to tour, and she already has like cool connections with people on and off tour that are kind of across the country, and it's just really cool to kind of see that build up from engaging with disc golf from uh, a younger age and interacting with other junior players at those events. So highly recommend if you can. Aestia says mustache. Yep. It's mustache. Yep. Sugai says depends on how far away it is. Definitely. It's also worth seeing if a local club can do a little Worlds fundraiser for you. I've seen some of those really take off, like doubles rounds where you can buy mulligans and stuff. You can really kind of pull in some good like Worlds, Junior Worlds fundraiser for the trip if it's far. You know, if it's expensive to stay somewhere. Dude says, look down disc golf scene. There's a tournament this weekend near me. So guess what I'm doing this weekend? Playing a tournament, and you're gonna win, dude. You're gonna dominate. 2 a.m. did not play disc golf inside of Tennessee, but I'll do it next time. All right. Dude, sanctioned, so finally get a rating. Heck yeah. Take that rating. Take your 980 rating. Just play one tournament. Boom, 980 rated. And then you can just lord that over me. Have a higher rating than me and Brent. Oh, it's a course you don't particularly like. Too bad. Marley says, one last question, at least I think. No worries. Keep asking questions, although I'll have to end the stream soon. You can always hop on next week. What is your nationality? Mine is Native American. I'll mispronounce this, but Yavapai, Apache, and 4 other Native American. So for me, I don't have any Native American, but for the most part, it is Irish, a little bit of Polish, and then some of my English ancestors, I guess, came over to the United States in the 1600s at some point. So white, very, very pale. But yeah, a good chunk of Irish from my mom's side. So yeah, that's me. Dude says just bad design, not true birdie opportunities. That's a bummer. But yeah, use that 980 rating as motivation for sure. But yeah, that's annoying to have a course where it's just blocking the birds. 2am says everybody like and subscribe right now. 2am is putting in the work to become a mod, that's for sure. You're doing great. Dude, everyone in my part of the state is 99% German. Wow. So then let's see. If 99% of your part of the state is like German, so that would be like what? Grand Rapids? So like no, I guess they're more Dutch. I'm not even sure where the high German population is in the United States. But anyway, Riley says a bit of German and European in me, but I like to consider myself Native American. Yeah, for me, it's split to an extent to where I don't have a connection, direct connection to any heritage personally. Um, but I can see it, you know, with the Irish. I can see it with the bit of red and everything. So it makes sense. English with the hair. Most of the holes are like 200 feet with a 90-degree turn in the middle. That's stupid. Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. That's a bummer that course sucks. But still, good luck. I hope you do well with that. 2 a.m. Like and subscribe, but have a happy Easter. Yeah, everybody have a happy Easter. Absolutely. It's been a great time spending some of my Easter with you guys. And as always, I love all of the support, all of the comments. And I mentioned earlier, I'm like 98% of the way towards full monetization. So watch the videos. Got a few good ones out in the last couple of weeks. And Wheel of Misfortune is a great video. So watch that one. Digit spike highs are above all the trees. Heck yeah, especially if there's no Mando. Be the reason they put in a Mando. Chill guy, have MPO junior friends that go to my local course. That's awesome. That's really good. Make those connections early. Digit in Indiana around Cincinnati. Definitely not German. I was considering guessing Ohio, but yeah, I guess the Amish community, right? It's part German heritage. But I didn't want to sound stupid, so I didn't guess. But yeah, Indiana, that makes sense, around Cincinnati. Marley, only reason I'm considering myself Native American because I'm part of the tribe community. Go to a few powwows, which I love to go to. Cool. No Mandos whatsoever. Might become Ganon and force some Mandos. Yeah. Elite264 says, Happy Easter. He is risen. He's risen indeed. Hope that you had a wonderful Easter. We're able to enjoy a church service and spend time with family. I was lucky to go to my dad's church. He's the pastor, and listen to him preach. So I've only done that a few times in the last few years. So that was a blessing. Am about to get off. Unfortunately, voice is all shot. The voice is shot. That was not on purpose. That was just my voice. But it's been a blast. Great to share some of Easter with you guys. So get out any of your last questions or votes before I end the stream. And by the way, every week, every Sunday at 6:30 p.m. EST, I'm going to be live. So same time next week, although earlier. And we'll be hanging out. And I'll actually have my disc collection behind me because I'll be back home instead of traveling, hanging out with friends and family. Chill guy trying to get to the pro level. I mean, keep it up, man. You're headed there. 2 a.m. We'll miss you. Aw. 2 a.m. is earning the mod privileges. Elite says that's great. Yes, it was awesome. Really loved it. Todd asks the good question, Duja, are you going with the poll? And Duja says, I guess I have to. Todd says, nice work tonight, 2 a.m. Heck yeah, he put in all the work. Order the wild honey tomorrow. Awesome, awesome. Dude says, same chill guy, there's always a chance. I mean, you may not be top 5 on tour, but you can absolutely have an extremely successful disc golf career. So keep working at it. Absolutely go for it. Marlon says, okay, bye. Have a good night and good day. It was nice talking to you. It was great talking to you as well. You're welcome back next week. And all of you guys, thank you again for hanging out. Thanks for the support. Thanks for the chatting. It's been great. Today I'm going to get some rest. Have a happy Easter. Yep. Everybody get some sleep. I'm going to get some sleep. I'm a little bit tired. All right. Peace out, guys. Good night.